All right. Y'all know what time it is. It's time for a D6.
It's time for you to get a watch.
Fuck off. All right. Who did it last time? Was it?
It was me, but I did it incorrectly, like a lot.
It doesn't matter. You're fine. Okay. 1, 2. All right. Let's see who the dice are convicting. It's a 6. That's Goat.
Oh.
You can be brief. Doesn't have to be fancy.
Alright, last time on Desolate Creation Z, after leaving the Draconic Cave, after securing what we needed with Obosh and a few other humans, we made our way back to camp amidst a bunch of fake shenanigans. Dagny had her 28th breakdown before we eventually returned and had a long rest. Eterbach made his return, and thus the exchanging of knowledge was made with him as well as the group at large. Eventually, the Harpy decided to plunge into people's dreams to see some whack shit and apparently get smarter from that. Come morning, they decided to take the teleportation circle within this war room, which led them here, to the Isle of Contempt, wherein they were teleported into a chamber with a frozen team of assumedly cartographers in the midst of getting hentai'd by a tentacle monster. However, it appears they were frozen in time via some arcane mean. Unable to do anything at present time there, the group decided to continue exploring, seeing the ravaged, destroyed city of wherever the hell we are, and began exploring it. Eventually, the group came across some frozen living individuals, and dispelling whatever stasis they were in, unleashed a monster and a heavily wounded human being. A short scuffle later, we defeated the monster and are applying medical aid to the guy who has his fucking skull bashed in.
That brings us where we currently stand. Now, there had been a few healing spells that were cast onto this grievously wounded man, which has somewhat remedied the head trauma he sustained. However, it's gonna take some more careful medical work to assure that he's gonna be okay. But for the time being, it seems like he's not gonna die right in front of you. He would lay on the ground, along with the corpse of the mind flayer that had just been slain. You can see that he's slowly moving around. You can see he is trying to raise a hand to his head where the giant gash is in the back of his head. Getting a good look at him now that there's no longer a time anomaly obfuscating him and the threat has been eliminated, you would take a look at him firsthand. There doesn't appear to be any immediate threats, leaving you all to openly act as you see fit.
He's still kind of, like, semi-unconscious. Yes?
It looks like he's a bit woozy, but you can see fluttering eyes. It does look like he's trying to maintain consciousness.
Immediately gonna rush over to him and grab his hand.
I would like to bird hop over there, and I want to plunge into his brain.
You what?
Oh.
Jesus.
Oh. He had us in the first half.
Oh, that's what you meant. I'm like, you're gonna... What?
No.
Because he has an open wound in his head. I'm like, whoa.
Like fucking Play-Doh, yeah.
Alright, let's see. Wisdom save. Yeah, no, given his current state, he is in no condition to resist your magic. And you would get a feel for his mind. And you get a fluttering stream of emotions and thoughts that is going through his head. And unlike the previous people that you've used this on, the damage that's currently done to his brain, you can actually feel as certain thoughts are fragmented. There's not a constant singular stream. It's more like fractured individual threads that are contesting with one another. He's in great distress, you can feel that for sure. However, you would manage to perceive a fragment of his identity, a Dr. Perseus Veilheart. He does appear to be a man of arcane persuasion in a more scientific pursuit.
Neat. Yeah. The bird, kind of squatting over him, getting, like, I did with the others. I'm just, like, uncomfortably close to his face, staring at him. But I'll chirp.
I try to shoo the bird off. Shoo! Shoo! Leave him
Dr.
be.
Percy Hart. Dr.
What?
Percy Hart.
Chirp his name as best as you can manage. And it takes you a couple of tries, but after the second or third time that you say it, you see his eyes are lazily looking over in your direction with his eyelids half closed. And you see he's attempting to speak, but it's very faltering. But he does manage to get a few words out. I feel a trickle down the side of my head. Am I sitting?
You've taken a massive blow to the head. Take it easy.
I feel lethargic. We were syncing facility through shift rotations, but teams kept coming back hours after their mark was supposed to end. I'm doing my best to rectify the clerical errors that have resulted, but it's a bit of a nightmare on everyone's account. I'm going to have to stay late again for at least the next 2 days.
Doctor.
Can I try something?
Sure.
Given that his brain's a mess, can I try and guide his thoughts a bit with this spell to make him more aware or, in control of himself, less disoriented and distracted and fragmented?
Are you trying to use detect thoughts to help him gain his own mind? Because, you can read what's there, but you can't necessarily influence it.
Okay.
If you want to help him get his bearings, you're going to have to read his thoughts and perhaps repeat those thoughts back to him to see if you can get anything going. But you can't really augment or change his mind in any way using this, unfortunately.
Okay, let's see. 1 second, I'm reading some more details here.
Mm-hmm.
Surface thoughts.
Oh, actually, yeah. Questions verbally detected. The target creature shape the course. Okay. So, yeah, what are you aiming to do exactly? Is there a certain piece of info that you want him to start talking about? What are your intentions is what I'm asking here.
I wanted to specifically do the probe deeper into the creature's mind thing. Which, that's when he makes a saving throw, but it lets me gain insight into a couple options here. And one of the options I want to go with is something that looms large in its mind. Specifically, something that it worries over.
Okay. You're looking for the thing he is most concerned with.
Yes.
Okay. You probe deeper, and given the scrambled nature of his thoughts, it does come in fractured pieces. But you are able to ascertain a general idea of what his most recent worries were laying on. And they are concerns of conflicts, war. It seems like this man had been seeing the sudden genocide taking effect on adjacent places, fearing that they would soon come here to the Isle, as he refers to this place as. you would probe to figure out if there's any information you can find on those other places. Only that there's a war room that comes to his head. A sort of olive branch that this place, the Isle, extended to the rest of whoever lived in Tritoral. It seems like these people were isolationists that, during the end times, collaborated with other people to share technologies. And he was worried on whether that would be effective or not. Curiously, there's a place that, rather than collaborating with them, he was working with other cultures to actually assault. A place called Osora.
Oh my god.
It seems like they were organizing some form of campaign to level the place, deeming all of its inhabitants a lost cause, under the control of a monster.
Yeah, because the bird's kind of still dumb, and they're kind of just spitting out different facts they're picking up along like this, like war room, olive branch, war, attack Osora.
What?
Isolation,
Doctor.
genocide, lost cause, monster.
What is... Osora. This is the first time I've heard that name. Doctor.
I'm having trouble focusing. Would you mind making sure that the next shifts are covered? I'm going to need to see a medic.
We have a medic here that can help you. As for shifts, I don't think you really need to worry about that right now.
Shifts are covered.
Covered? Whose jurisdiction? I am in charge of my sector. I don't want to lose that privilege.
Unfortunately, you may have already lost it. Right now, you need not worry about that. You need to rest. Arathol?
Based off of what happened when I used Lesser Restoration on Dismas back in the fucking mansion place thing, would I be able to use Lesser Restoration to kind of like make the days less potent?
Yeah, your best way right now would be yes. The short answer is yes. You're essentially helping him regulate his blood flow because obviously what blood flow was in his head is now leaking out. So yeah, you think his brain's a little starved.
See what I can do. As I will cast it to just kind of get him thinking a bit more straight.
Mm-hmm.
Give him electroshock therapy. I mean, what?
Oh.
Given this spell is better used to flush out a foreign influence like poison or something to that effect, or something that might be paralyzing a person, you find a creative way to mend it with the head, and you can see that within a matter of moments there's some color that's restored to his face. You know that this isn't permanent. He's gonna need to be treated at some point, but for the time being, you see his eyes would begin to focus a little bit better, and he starts to blink a little bit faster, and he takes a deep breath.
I think he's with us again. Not for long, though. I don't think my magic's gonna be able to fully fix this.
Good morning, Doctor.
Take it easy, Doc.
I'm outside.
Yes.
Where?
You're still on the Isle, but it's not what as you remember it.
Did I fall? Oh, don't tell me those
You were struck on the head, it would seem.
That would explain the weird rush I feel going down my neck.
Down your...
Yeah, probably shouldn't move around too much.
No.
Leaking.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do that anyways. Oh,
Man.
mind telling me who you guys are and what's going on?
My name is Dagny Silverside. I am part of Cartographer Patrol 26, and these are my compatriots.
Map making's been antiquated. We had this whole seaboard charted. I'm assuming you're a hobbyist?
No, sir. It is my occupation.
Oh. That's interesting to say the least. More power to you. What sector?
Sector.
Dagny,
Alrighty.
I'd hate
I
to
can
rush you, but
see-
he might go quick.
I can see what's going on here. Sir, all you really need to worry about is remembering the last few hours leading up to your attack.
Yes.
Well, let me, give me a moment now. My head is still a bit spinning here.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Anything, no matter how small.
We were, working on rotations in the refinery, and we had a change in our usual production line. It was supposed to be for research purposes, but of course, it was then fitted for manufacturing. War machines. And the anomalies had gotten more out of control, so we had to bolster the fields, and even that was starting to go. We had to relocate our people to not have them be affected by temporal anomalies. And then there was a loud crash. A lot of them. And then there's screaming. I remember trying to help, but I don't know what happened afterwards.
You were struck by a mind flayer, it would seem.
Squid bludgeon.
Mind flayer. Those damn illithids. They... Oh. What exactly happened? I suppose you wouldn't know.
There was a wave of temporal energy that passed over us. We saw some glimpse of the past. Your people were running away from some beholder-like creature.
Big skull.
Seems like
You see him wince in pain as he would try to sit up upon you saying that.
Take it easy.
I need to...
The attack's long over, soldier. Relax.
You may be the only survivor at this moment.
I don't know, Dagny. They were frozen in time, it seemed. So maybe more people are frozen in time.
Well, if these temporal anomalies are as they say they are, it would take days for me to even break apart some of this. Just using distill magic alone only covered this enough of an area to free this man from it.
So we need to find more of a source.
Yes. Is there a
How
way
much-
to mitigate the temporal anomalies, Doctor?
Not with traditional means. You would probably have to use some of our equipment. How long ago was the attack?
Good question.
9 million years.
Don't
What?
listen.
I'm
No.
gonna bop the harpy on the nose.
We're a little unsure. We arrived here not too long ago ourselves.
Oh. Well, hold on then. Let me try to get it.
Careful,
Let me
your
ask
head
you
still
this.
has a hole in it.
Let me ask you this. Have you heard of a place called Highshire?
Hi, what?
Sky shit.
No, I can't say I have.
So, within the last 100 years or so.
A century?
I know it's a bit of a shock, Doctor, but we need to make haste.
Well, if you're talking to me now, then that at least means that genocide had failed.
Highshire is the last bastion, and right now it's under control by another source at the moment. We've come here looking for person by the name of Genesis.
Genesis. Now, why would... Yes. He was among one of the leaders here. A founder, actually. The founder, more like.
He founded the Isle of Contempt.
Oh, I would be careful on how you address this place. But yes, that would more or less be him, along with a few of his, apprentices is the only real mention. Yeah, he had the vision behind how this place came to be.
We need to find him.
Well, I don't know how I can help you with that. I've never even seen him.
Well,
Yeah,
he
but
must
you
have
also-
had some place here.
That and you're also local here, so you know the streets better than us. Also, Arethal's just gonna take a quick look up to, because I know Dagny dispelled the slow or like time stop field, but does it look like it's starting to like slowly fill back in?
You take a look, and you can see how there's little waves of it that begin to push out. It's very slow, but it looks like it is inevitably reclaiming the area it once had.
Yeah, Dagny, we're running out of time.
Everyone stand back real quick. I can move him safely.
We need to find a place that's
I'm
not
just
affected by
gonna-
the time field.
B-Man, can I make a medicine check to make sure like I can get him stable enough to move that his brain's not gonna fall out of the hole in his head?
Go ahead and roll.
14.
Jesus.
You've done the immediate work necessary to get him on his feet. So you think you can definitely, as long as you guys are sticking close to him, he should be able to be walking around almost unassisted. Although before long, he'll definitely need a bit more of a
Another
sit down.
kickstart?
Yeah,
Now that
you're not sure how many times you can keep doing that, but yes.
Now that we're moving, can I quickly go ahead to the squid corpse?
Sure. You would approach the down purplish tentacled creature as it lies in a weird bluish purpley pool of its own blood.
Okay, two things. I wanted to go ahead and search it, see if it has any neat shinies. And second, does it smell tasty?
Okay. So you would first and foremost roll this thing over to get a better look at it. And its robe has a bit of a stretchy, leathery skin-like feel to it. And the belt and some of the paddings that it has are almost like a blackened bone. Get a rough feel that they used organic materials to create whatever they're wearing. You would pat down on its belt, and there's two, it almost looks like there's strange sacks that when you go to touch it, it has a bit of a jiggle to it that's filled with some liquid. And as you go to touch and get a feel for whatever this weird water sack is, you would see that it moves a little bit more on its own even after you stop touching it.
Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
As
It was
for
female.
if you're trying to get a feel for whether or not this is edible, you would get a whiff, and you've never smelled anything like this. It doesn't come from anywhere around here, that's for sure. And while it does look like fresh meat, it doesn't seem poisonous. You don't think that you're really going to get a good feel for whether it tastes good until you just take the bite. But even then, there's a little bit of you that's skeptical.
Alright. I want to use my talons and get a nice chunk of it.
Alright. You would rip off a chunk of this tentacled meat, and I assume you're just chomping down on it.
Calamari style.
You'd go ahead and put it in your mouth, and the one thing that quickly gets you into a bit of a coughing fit is this skin is coated in a thick mucus that makes chewing it very difficult, as it gums up your mouth quite a bit. Eventually, you're able to get it down, but you're in a bit of a continued coughing fit because this definitely needs to be clean next time you take a bite out of it. but it doesn't seem poisonous. It doesn't taste too bad. A little fishy.
Alright. I'll mage hand grab that neat little movie stack and then rejoin the others.
You grab this black jiggling sack and would head back. Meanwhile, Dr. Perseus is on his feet, standing on his own, and he's taking slow steps, but you can tell that he's making progress on being able to get around by himself. He sits and just looks at everything before him. The ancient buildings that have been crumbling, the time fields that have locked, pieces of this place being assaulted, frozen as it happened over a century ago. You can see off in the distance there are a few signs of fires and even some strange bluish explosions that are frozen in time. A full-on siege of this place, no doubt. It does give you a bit of a call back to the siege of your own homeland.
I'd like to ask real quick. Are we... Where are we in this ring? Because if I remember we are in it, but I don't remember where.
We were somewhere around there.
Somewhere like there.
So you came out right around this peak here, and you traveled downwards. So you're around this area, in like the middle of the bowl before it goes to that drop-off point.
Okay.
So you're kind of in something of a town square. It's one of the more quiet and quaint-looking areas of town. And before you is a larger center town hall-looking building, although it is captured within the time field.
So, with that being said, then. Dagny, may I borrow your spyglass?
Sure. I'll hand him the spyglass.
And I would like to use that and search around to see if I see any more of the tyrants.
Okay.
Because for all we know, the assault may not be exactly over. If it is frozen in time.
Roll perception.
Cool.
You have advantage with the spyglass.
Haven't we already kind of...
I don't remember if we did, but...
Because we just unfroze Squid Boy?
Well, it could be two separate things or one thing entirely, but it's...
If you're talking about perception, you did a overhead sweep, Harpy, as you cleared where you're standing now versus where you came from. So you cleared your path to get here. As for like threats that are floating in the air between where you came from initially and where you are now, that's cleared. The spyglass, which there's a vantage point you can get here to take a look around the majority of the bowl and get a pretty good look. This is what you're essentially looking for, is the wider scope of things. And you rolled an 18. All right. You can see that there's almost, while you're sweeping this whole view, it's like you're looking at different points in history. You can see that there are some parts of this place that are severely affected by time moving forward at an unprecedented rate, as you have personally felt. There's little remaining except for sand and gravel in rough shapes that at one point may have been foundations, but you can see that they're completely reclaimed by Mother Nature. There's some overgrowth that's spurting out. It's almost as if there was never even civilization there to begin with. You would look on to see the cracked ruins that had been affected by time, normally about a century's time. There's a great deal of buildings that are in various states of still being up. The remnants of the siege. And then, of course, there's the parts that are frozen in time. And it doesn't take you too long where you're sweeping through and you would catch a glimpse of something red that is glowing, looking downwards into a city street. This one is not a mere afterimage. Frozen in time, there would be one of these creatures present, much like the Mind Flayer that you killed.
And I guess I close up the spyglass. I hand it to Dagny and I say, "Remember those creatures we saw in the memory?
Yes.
Well, they're still here.
What?
So it seems like the apocalypse that was happening, according to Percy here, has been interrupted by whatever this anomaly seems to be. One of the tyrants is still present, which means there's more. And if the city is this large, definitely more than two. Easily.
Place is a ticking time bomb if someone figures out how to mitigate the anomalies.
But what concerns me more is that the Death Tyrants are highly territorial. They would soon rather have the city they control destroyed in combat with another tyrant that moves in. So if they're working together, there is something massive happening. Like, probably beyond the scope of what we can fathom. Maybe just as bad as the greater apocalypse from what has happened in your past.
Are you
You'd hear
saying that someone
Dr.
may have been controlling them?
Yes, and that alone, controlling just one, is it is an exceptionally great feat.
You do
When
hear
I've
Dr.
used them
Percy.
before.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but you hear Dr. Percy has been listening into this, and he's looking in and is accepting in real time what has happened in terms of the timeline to this place. But he does speak up halfway through your assessment, and he goes, "We actually had seen similar behavior in other creatures as well. It was briefly before everything had gotten bad and all of humanity had been attacked everywhere, at different intervals by different creatures. It's a bit of a stretch, but we had hypothesized that there was something that had unified them. We don't know if it's direct control or political influence or if there's some form of hierarchy that they all abide by when the time comes, but this is essentially what we were trying to fight. It seems like every capable force on this planet was trying to kill humanity as a whole. One big team. Well, none of us knew what to make of it.
I can only think of one species that wants to eliminate humanity as a whole, collectively. And that would be demons.
Demons?
So if the Death Tyrants are being controlled somehow, or even just ordered, they won't follow by just anybody, that means there's no less than a god, probably, that has directly influenced this specific area. And if it's a god of demons, that's probably worse than what you all are dealing with outside, over in Highshire.
It's impossible. Zula protected Highshire.
And look how it stands.
I don't know. This whole place reeks of aberration. It's like nature itself. The laws of physics are fighting against each other. It could be a demon, but judging from that circle with the gigantic tentacles, I'd say we're dealing with something a bit more extraplanar.
Something beyond us.
Dr. Perseus speaks up yet again, acknowledging this. And one curious detail, while Destin was speaking his mind, he keeps rubbing his eyes while watching Destin speak, and you see the doctor, now that you can see vision is actively returning to him, and he keeps rubbing his eyes more and more and shaking his head. But ultimately would speak up on that point. It is actually good that you bring that up. There were some extra-dimensional anomalies that support such a thing. There were some difficulties creating gates between points, which is why teleportation circles became the favored method of transportation between colonies. It's because they were safe and they didn't grind against other planes of existence like more powerful incantations. When we tried to do that and open said gates, there was a powerful, almost magnetic force that was redirecting them to the Nine Hells.
What?
And while we never had an explanation as to its origins, we were able to work around it, but it did make things more difficult.
So, conjurational theory has somewhat of an effect, but it's being affected by the Nine Hells?
Right. It's not something that I ever had the clearance in order to actually get an elaborate synopsis on what they found, but that is the gist of it. Does this anomaly still stand in present day?
Well, when we were transported here, in one of these gate labs, we encountered something coming out of it. But,
Tentacles, just like in Bob's head.
yes. But that's behind some sort of temporal affinity. As for demons, I don't think... She's kind of looking towards the group. I don't think we've ever encountered any. We've encountered many things, but not demons.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, before Destin summoned that little thing, that fucking monstrosity, I thought they were just folktales.
Spicy dog?
Yeah,
Could it,
yeah,
wait,
that one.
Could it be the angels keeping them at bay?
Mm-hmm.
Well, demons theoretically are immortal for the most part, I guess, is so they could have just been biding their time.
But if anything, I mean, the only way to send a demon back would be to banish it back to its realm. And I think the only ones that clearly would have that would have been the chosen of Zula, and quite possibly even these angels.
Up until this point, Dr. Perseus had only been giving those weird glances, but he finally approaches you, Destin, and he speaks up. He goes, "You have to pardon my eyes for not quite being there. You're a construct. How are you speaking so freely?"
Magic.
It must be advanced for its thing. I've seen schematics for a frame like this, but I don't... That thing... That's a keystone in your chest!
It is.
Initiate Directive 43. Shut down immediately.
What?
I want to grab him by his collar.
You grab him and he tenses
pick
up.
him up. And I say, these war machines you found, did they seem anything like this? And then I want to give basically like a complete description down to like like top to bottom of Hellfire engines, specifically the ones that I was.
Aerithal, if you're watching
anything like this.
Gotcha. You give a quick description of the Hellfire engines. And yeah, Aerithal, you can see the longer that he's being held by the collar, the more he's breathing in and out. His face is turning a little bit more white.
I will.
Destined.
As I do that, I guess if it makes sense, I will do the what is it? The paladin thing. Lay on hands.
Yeah.
All right, if you're gonna cast that, just ping it.
Boink. And then it heals him 5 HP.
Okay. He gains 5. Gotcha.
So if it helps, maybe speak him as I do that and everything. That like glow.
Being both the good cop and the bad cop simultaneously.
Correct.
He looks over to the closest person, which I presume is Dagny, and he has this bewildered look. Who is this thing assigned to? Clear its directives at once, please!
Stop. Destined, calm down. We need information from this man. We can't... You shouldn't be trying to kill him. I know what he says is very...
Oh, I'm not killing him.
Doctor. This... Whatever directive you were trying to give him, he's not under that. We were basically found with him by another individual. He placed the keystone within this framework that you see. This framework that seems to have been... Are you familiar with a person named Ragni?
One of our affiliates. I guess that would explain why he wants to know about Hellfire engines. We helped prototype one.
When this attack was going on, did you have any success over in Osora?
Yes. Please just put me on the ground. I can talk without being lifted or persuaded. I'm not exactly in a position to...
You captured the creature that ruled that place?
Picked up.
You captured the creature that ruled that place?
I'm sorry, what was that? What was that? You Destin, were you putting him down or still holding him?
Oh yeah, no, I don't put him down. I just drop him from wherever I had him held.
Oh, you drop him. Okay.
I mean, it's probably only like 6 inches, something like that.
Let's see.
Yeah.
He nearly falls down. He's very out of it still. And he
You captured the creature that ruled that place? Yes?
I wouldn't know. That wasn't my area. And I can see by the way you're asking these questions, clearly you aren't up to speed on the history of the world at what I can presume to be the end times.
That piece of the history is lost to us. You may be the only one who may be able to tell us, so please tell me what you know about what you did in Osora.
I can understand why you're a cartographer now. Everything beyond your home has likely been shrouded. Suppose they would have been smart to cover up what they've done throughout history. Only make what's left of humanity all the more unprepared for if they ever decided to finish them off.
Stop avoiding the question and answer me.
Didn't realize I'd be getting into an interrogation. Listen. I made preparations for things that were sent in that direction. But by the time that I had heard anything about the levels of success or lack thereof, not only was it just hearsay, but shortly afterwards, everything that I remember suddenly ceased. Which, given the timeline, suggests that that's when they came for us.
Oh, so
why don't we get
attack bowl?
Well, I suppose I don't know for certain. The defense wasn't necessary. I wasn't a soldier.
I mean, I suppose it would make sense. Osora was ruled by an Abyssалith.
I was told that it was many. They were dominating the inhabitants. Those poor people.
It was wrong. They were working together.
That is improbable, but assuming that there's an ounce of truth to that needs to be explored.
I met the individual that ruled that place.
Why don't we find somewhere that we can all sit down and catch our breath?
If you know of a place, please lead the way.
There's a few places I want to see. If there's anything left of any of them, then perhaps I can...
It's not what you want to see. It's where is safe.
No, it's not that. I can't seem to remember if I have a family or not.
You probably do. They're just locked in time.
Up until this point, off to the side, Idravok has been in silent observation of all of this. And he, at this point, would slowly make his approach towards the good doctor and would speak up. Dr. Perseus, is it? Do you have any information on approximately how many Hydras were patrolling the waters south of Osora during the time of genocide? Hydras, I'm sorry. Like I was telling Dagny, I wouldn't know.
Ragni would probably be the only one.
Ragni is a dragonborn, correct?
I never met him, but the reports said yes, he was.
Dagny, is that true?
If I remember correctly, Rin told me that Ragni was a white dragonborn, correct?
Yeah.
Ragni was a white dragonborn.
Would you happen to know how long they lived for? Because if he was old enough to be a scientist, somewhat respected, over 100 years ago, wouldn't he be dead by now?
Unless he found a way to extend his life.
I suppose he may have ran out of time to do that.
Unless he found a lich.
Do you think he has powerful enough magic to halt and reverse and fast forward time? Even if it's not to the extent that we see here?
I don't know. Even Rin could only tell me so much of what he did to her. The torture that they endured. Ragni was a very cruel individual.
Would he be cruel enough to lock an entire island in time? Despite the fact that there was, an apocalypse happening here?
If he found a way to control the temporal anomalies, I would say yes.
Well then, we shouldn't rule him out as a cause or a savior of this area.
Savior?
Technically, he stopped everybody from dying.
His work
Here.
led to many revolutions in our fields.
In it, he tortured an abyssalisk enough and confined it into a mortal body, and then tortured it inside that body in order to find information. Does that sound savior-like to you?
Those abyssalisks were among the many ranks of monsters that were trying to kill humanity, and it seems like they largely succeeded. These claims can't be verified.
I refuse to believe that. Bryn may have done terrible things, but they were working to redeem themselves.
Hey, Nadira, what is your passive perception?
17? 17?
That's
Look at you
pretty
being
damn
able
good.
to see and shit.
Look at me with my lack of 20/20 vision.
No, that's pretty good. 17's higher than most of my characters.
Word.
While this is going on and you're keeping an eye on the conversation, you do spot that there is a couple of birds that are overhead, which you would watch for a moment before you come to realize that their distance in the air and their size is not that of typical birds. You would be able to surmise that these are potentially a threat with blood lingering in the air.
Shit. Okay.
Oh, they're pretty.
Yeah. No, that's not good. That is not good.
Murder chicken.
That's funny.
That's
I'm-
not
I'm-
good.
Guy. Dagny.
What?
Everybody,
Donk,
up.
donk, up.
What? What is it?
Giant murder chickens.
Oh.
Oh shit. Doctor, if you know of a place where we can hide, now would be the time.
Mickens.
This is a residential area. We can probably find a place that is accessible for the sake of cover.
I will point. Then I suggest you make haste.
I'll do what I can. Yelling at me is not going to solve any of our problems. And he is slowly meandering his way towards a nearby street that has a few broken down looking homes. You can see that his eyes are getting a bit fuzzy again, and when he was trying to look up to see the threat that was being mentioned, you don't think that he actually saw it himself.
We're running out of time.
Alright, let's play the game called Pick a House.
Idravok watches him go and would give kind of a hand wave motion to everyone else. This man is a treasure trove of knowledge. I suggest that we keep him in good graces.
Would be useful to have a basically map for this
Yeah,
place.
I was going to say, Dagny, I think you might be a little bit too close to this issue. I mean, for him, he blinked and the world ended. Just, take a step back.
You're right. I'm sorry. Trying to find Genesis and save Highshire has always been at the forefront of my mind lately.
If our approach to this is emotionally charged, he may be inclined to naturally distrust us. Regardless of both of our more dire positions, we need to be careful how we establish ourselves with him. He may be one of the only living people left in this area of the world.
Aerotol is
not-
trying doors.
Yeah, she nods her head
Seriously.
vigorously. Earthel,
Okay.
Yeah?
please try to keep the doctor conscious at all costs, please.
I'll do that once we get into safety.
Yes. Right, and I'll start trying doors as well.
I'm gonna watch to keep an eye on murder chickens in the sky.
They're circling this area, suggesting that the blood that has been spilt may be what has brought them here.
How many
So-
of there are of them?
There's two that are overhead, but you can spot that there's one farther off the brim of the crater that is probably heading this way. 3 in total.
Okay, I'm gonna keep my eye on. Well, I guess alternate between watching, mainly focusing on the two that are already here, but also in the periphery, keeping an eye on that third one.
Gotcha. Okay. Everyone would follow Dr. Perseus, and you look around these run-down, partially crumbling homes to find something that would suit as a reliable shelter. And it only takes a couple of passes by before you spot one that is in decent condition. There's a cracked window which you're able to clear off a lot of the shattered glass to get inside and ultimately get the door open for everyone else to follow in. This place is, even though it's over a century old and has the decay to prove it, this place in of itself is a history of time. It looks like whoever was here did not have the ability to pack up whatever was strewn about. You can see that there are some decayed baskets that are in a kitchen with some long rotted away ingredients and a table that was partially set. It's tables that have a few parchments and scrolls, and they look like these may be faded letters to family members. But there's a decent enough set of furniture for everyone to have a seat. And Dr. Perseus is able to get into a rather comfy-looking chair where he can rest himself. It looks like he's definitely getting a bit winded once again. But everyone would file in, door is shut, and
Yes.
you're in a realm of safety once again.
This is gonna be fun.
Pablo's gonna go rooting around for a stool, coming back a few seconds later and just sort of posting up beside the doctor.
Dagny's gonna try and see if she can find like some loose rags or bandages to try and bind the wound on his head.
Aerithol, if you'll allow him, will try to take the lead with giving medical aid, seeing as he is a little bit more proficient than everyone else.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like
I'll
to
say
at
he-
least sit around and jangle that weird bag of a mage hand in front of everybody.
Yeah. It's basically, it's very similar to something like a water skin, but it's more round. Fits right in the palm of your hands. It's composed of this weird black skin-like leather that is tightly bound, and yeah, you do feel something wriggling around within.
Yeah, okay.
As for
Okay.
as for Aerithol, go ahead and because everyone's essentially giving you a hand finding materials throughout the house, just roll medicine with advantage for giving him some basic treatment.
So, speaking outside of the game and everything, I think I know what's in the sack.
Mm,
Dirty 20.
Filthy metagamer.
I mean, he's... Eat it. Do it.
Yeah, Aerithol, you would rummage around your own things and everyone would put the necessary things together. There's a few supplies that are tucked away very neatly. It looks like the people in these homes, luckily, are something of neat freaks, and a lot of the resources they had are reasonably serviceable given their extreme age. And you're able to get a good amount of wadding and wrapping around his wounds. You use some of your own technique, and thanks to you casting Lesser Restoration, you effectively cleaned the wound. So anything that may have been remaining from his attack, as far as an infection is concerned, is taken care of. And you think that he'll definitely need some time to regain his strength, but given the wound, he's in pretty good condition.
Alright, we managed to stabilize him. As long as nothing further bad happens, he should be on the road to recovery. I just assume, like, with, like, one of the bandages, just, like, as a makeshift, like, tightening thing, he just has a fork holding one of the bandages.
Yeah, sure. It's sturdy enough, and it looks really, really not befitting or flattering to him, but he has a look of appreciation for the good work you did.
Doctor.
Yeah, that he, seeing his, he gives a bit of a pat to inspect his own bandages, but he looks over and he says, "You'll have to forgive me. I'm still a bit lagged out given the circumstances, but thank you for everything that you've done for my wounds here. You wanted something."
I wanted to apologize for my manner earlier. You coming out of that time stop, I know is quite a shock to your system, and then being immediately interrogated by unknown peoples is probably quite taxing as well, not to mention the great gash in your head. It's just that A lot of my world has changed within the last 6 months or so. Ever since I found a startographer.
As men of science, one of the first things we were conditioned for, a regiment that was crafted by Genesis himself, from what I hear, is that things are going to be very emotionally charging with coming conflicts. That's how they described it to us, and they were all the more correct for it. Learning to compartmentalize those reactions in order to keep an objective mind was one of the hardest things I had to do, but it's been one of the most useful skills. I would suggest that you find it within you to hone that. It will work to great benefit. There will always be a time where you can unbottle that and process it whenever it's not disruptive to your line of cartography, but it does take time to get accustomed to. So, I understand, to a point. However, if anyone threatens me with bodily harm in the future, lifting me up and yelling at my face, I can't promise that things are going to be a fruitful endeavor for either party.
Again,
We're not
I do
barbarians.
Yes, you're right. I do apologize for that. Destined.
Hmm?
I know you
Mhm.
have. I know you have some qualms against what this man has told you and what he tried to do, but I suggest that you apologize for your actions.
No, I don't think I will. This man and his people here might have just ripped open a hole to the 9 hells.
Then let me make this perfectly clear. You will keep your hands off of this man until he is no longer of use to us.
That's reassuring.
Break
That's
his
one way to
legs!
word it. No, fuck.
I can do that.
No.
I just turned to Dr. Perseus and I
Oh,
wink
not
at
breaking
him.
his legs. I can keep my hands off him. That's what I meant.
There's a moment of downtime. It was early morning
Mhm.
when all this went on, and Arathal, you judged that the time of a long rest would be what he needs in order to be stable enough to be moving about and able to essentially take care of himself. Although he's still going to be wobbly for a while, but that's about what you're going to need is a long rest.
I'm gonna say about 6, but ideally 8 hours of rest, and he should be good to go.
I think that'll be fine. We did have some modifications to enhance our recovery. It was an experimental necromantic practice that we were developing before. Of course, we ran out of time, but I think that should contribute to wounds mending themselves.
Don't remind me of the killer headache that thing gave me. Still kinda hurts.
What are you talking about, Arathal?
Scrambled eggs.
The, the Mind Flayer.
Hmm.
Their attacks had ramped up right around the time that everything else had gone to shit. However, they didn't seem as coordinated with other beings. It seems like they needed little convincing in order to start preying on people at a higher rate. Obviously, if their food source is going to be wiped off the face of the planet, they're more incentivized to stock up.
You have had frequent mind flayer attacks? To the point where... Yeah, just enjoy... Yeah.
Well, among other creatures, yes.
These temporal anomalies, when did they start?
That's concerning.
There's always been a sort of tap, as I understand it, at the bottom of the crater. This seems to be the point of origin for all of these anomalies. We're inclined to believe it's a part of the planet itself, given that a lot of the deeper structures not that I've ever had the clearance to see them, are indestructible and absolute, considering that they are deeper into the channel of the planet than anything else. And that seems to be what is carrying this field up towards the surface. And it was the work that we had done here that was able to channel it to a greater effect. I'm not sure if it's a simple anomaly of the planet, or if it was our meddling that had caused things to become rampant. But it was around the time that everything that had gotten bad when these rifts started to affect places that we hadn't anticipated.
Such as?
Homes, laboratories. It even seems to be drifting up into the atmosphere. Who's to say what kind of effect it doesn't have up there?
Laboratory is another word for bathroom.
Lavatory, not laboratory.
Are you really?
Close
Are
enough.
we
though.
really discussing grammar with the bird?
The bird.
I
wouldn't
mean, we
understand
wanted to
that.
get. We wanted
So-
to communicate with us well.
I say we should probably hit as many of these laboratories as we can.
That may be a good place to start. If you're looking for Genesis, assuming that this Genesis is even around still, well, I could lend you a hand on accessing one of the refineries. Temporal refineries, to be exact. It was
Wouldn't hurt
designed
to have another hand.
Yes.
I can guarantee that you wouldn't have the first idea how to handle the equipment there if it weren't for me, so I assure you, I will be too used to you for quite some time, to use your own wording.
There was another fellow when we unfroze time near you. He was running away from the creature. Do you know who that might have been?
An orc.
I don't know.
Just another citizen?
He could have been someone I know, but
Head trauma.
the memory just isn't there. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I mean, the fact that you can remember this much is already invaluable. I'm sure you might have noticed by now, but we're kind of really depending on you. The information what little information you still have in your head might prove to be the difference of life and death for everyone, damn near.
Right.
Truly, we are bastions of social interaction.
It's, the good doctor would rest himself on the chair and gives a bit of a hand wave to everyone. Well, I suppose I'm not going to get any better running my mind. I think I should get some recovery.
Yes.
Nap time, Dr. Mustache.
God damn.
It's so stupid, but it's fucking funny.
Fuck.
It's Mr. Eggman.
I suppose we should all try to get some rest too if you feel you're tired enough.
I want to go look for a jar.
Okay. It takes you not that long to search through the cupboards where you find a sizable glass jar that is tucked away neatly with other bowls.
Yeah. I want to put it on the table and get the bag out.
Okay.
I want to open the bag and shake its contents into the jar. I assume it's earthworms in there.
Okay. Well, you take a look at this weird sack and find that there's no apparent way to open it. Also, you haven't really messed with human jars before, so that's something of a mystery to you too.
I will spend some time to figure out the intricacies of how to open a jar.
Roll strength.
Alright, let's see here.
Firmly grasp the lid.
I mean, you had the basic idea, but you'd see that everyone sees the harpy struggling a little bit. Ejabot gives you some pointers on the proper technique. You find yourself unable to open it on your own. Maybe you're just not doing it right, so he does it for you.
Yeah, like I'm like sitting, I'm like cross-legged almost on the table, using my fucking talons to try and open it.
Right. There's little scratch marks in the glass.
I assume since we're all going to basically be taking a long rest with our doctor friend, I will go ahead and gather as many bowls as I can and just create food and water so no one has to use rations.
Ooh.
Nicely done.
I give the bird a sippy cup.
Alright, easily done as you would make use of the preset table, although you have to clean off a solid layer of dust and dirt. But it was made the perfect accessory to creating a good quantity of food for everyone to take advantage of.
Might
As
not be
for-
delicious, but it'll keep you full.
As for the harpy, yeah, you got the jar down, but it doesn't look like there's any like apparent way to open this weird sack. You might just have to poke it or something. Who knows? Maybe you can talk to it just right.
What you got there, Disa?
Ball.
Well, yeah, no, I see that. Well, it looks like a water balloon, kinda.
Open.
Open. What's inside? You don't know, do you?
Worms.
Worms? I like worms. Oh.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right, sick.
Uh-oh.
As he reaches out for the bowl.
Oh, Jesus.
Ah,
Yeah, you take a good firm grip of this thing, and it's this weird sack, and it feels like skin more than anything else. Definitely not like leather. It's almost as if it is still like a living membrane in some way, which is a little off-putting. But I mean, in terms of things that you've held that are gross, you've had worse.
Not even top 8.
Can I give it a good hearty sniff?
That smells like nutsack.
You give it a sniff, and you smell this foul brine as you can feel the weird pulse of the skin of this weird thing.
So I was correct.
And it's not very savory. It's almost otherworldly. As if this one point was some sort of familiar meat, but has become something a little more not so much.
Smells like space athlete's foot.
He looks over at the jar and looks back at the egg. Or the bag, my mistake. He's going to hold it out in one hand and basically try to... You know how you squeeze a water balloon to where most of the contents are in one end? He's basically going to try to stress ball it open.
Into the jar?
Yeah,
Just gonna fucking just squeeze it real hard.
yeah.
This is a particularly tough material. Why don't you give me a sleight of hand roll to see how you do?
Oh shit! All right.
Hiya!
Fuck! Hold on, wait. I might have something for this. Hang on.
sure, man.
One of these gives me advantage on sleight of hand. Is it Cloud?
Probably Cloud. That sounds like Cloud.
Ah, yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna roll that one more time.
Fuck!
Only one better.
Well, that's not good. You squeeze this nice and tight, but the skin just seems to almost tense up as if it has a reactiveness to it. So you end up taking a little tool of choice, something pointy, and you give it a bit of a poke at the most stress point. And there would be a very unsavory pop as all of the contents would be in something of a splash as it comes out onto the table. And you kind of miss the jar. Yeah, a little bit of the liquid within goes in, but the brine within is this almost glowing orangish jelly. And there
Oh,
is
for
something
fuck's
that
sake.
would slap onto the table and would continue to slap as it is writhing around frantically. It's alive.
Not a worm. It's not a worm.
I immediately cast a fucking word of radiance. Begone, demon!
Jeez. Yeah, there'd be a flash of radiance as this light would strike this creature, and you'd hear this tiny, high-pitched squeal as it is cooked instantly and goes limp.
What in
I don't like
Zula's
that
name
thing.
was
I don't like
that?
where you got it. I won't. I'm glad it's dead.
Now that you think about it, now that I think about it,
Even though it was like burned, I want to walk up and just like open palm, just like slap the table, like slap it, just smush it.
You got mind flayer juices on the food.
A little bit did get one of the nearby plates, unfortunately.
It adds texture.
you know, now that you mention it, the little casing did smell like the ocean. Disa, did you pick that up from Tentacles?
Squid.
Yeah, I
Ten-
figured.
Tentacles?
Yeah. Well, I'll call him whatever I want. He's dead.
Fall killed a baby.
I think at that point, Dagny is gonna go over to Nadira. What is Nadira doing right now?
Paranoidly staring out the window. Trying to avoid this shit show happening.
Yeah, she'll go ahead and approach her and kind of stare up at the windows, looking up to see if the birds are still circling around.
You occasionally see one glance overhead, but it's to one of the further regions of the crater, and you feel like it's off your trail now.
Well, at least we've found some measure of peace in this sort of unknown place. Again,
If-
with
if
some
peace
form of
is-
peace always,
What you can
Watch
call
it.
that.
yeah. Suppose some measure of rest since we went into stasis.
It's just crazy to see that while we've been so worried about what's going on with us and what's going on outside, that you kind of forget that other people had their lives fucked over too.
Did you have any family?
I did. 2 parents, some siblings. I try not to think about them only because I don't know if they're alive or not.
Couple friends.
Maybe some friends. You know, they were dead in the snow.
I know some of your patrol died over at that college, but feels like that's going to be a common thing with me.
I hate to say it, but we've kind of all got baggage. We've all got problems.
Yeah, but I'm one of the few who was originally tied to the Cartographer Corps.
Just makes you a little different. But we all have to figure out how to rely on each other, and, you know, now we're all tied.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, past is the past. We can't do anything about it. We can just try to help the here and now.
I suppose I'm a bit afraid to do that because of felt like me relying on others and forming an attachment has caused them to lose their lives in some way.
I mean, we're all here by ourselves because whatever we had previously didn't work out. People die. That's just... It's just a thing. Just happens. And unfortunately, it's a part of our lives that we have to regularly deal with.
I never thought it would come to this. Seeing the town being taken over, trying to get back into the city and save it. Some sort of glimpse at a possible future, whether it is or isn't for certain, I don't know.
Nothing's for certain. None of us know if we're gonna wake up tomorrow. None of us know if maybe today's the day Cobweb does something stupid and we all end up getting blown up. Maybe Destin's secretly plotting our death. Like,
Don't
we have
tempt
no
me.
idea. As he plays with worms. But if you keep thinking, you know, what could I have done different? What could I have done different? Why is this my life? If you keep wallowing, I hate to say it, but in your self-pity, you're never going to find a way out of this. Find a way out of the pit that you've crawled into. To figure out how to take what you've gone through and use it to fix what you're going through now.
Right.
We've all loved, we've all lost, but now we have to work to not lose anymore.
Yes.
Including the ragtag group of psychopaths that we now travel with. But that's why we've got each other. And I reached and I just grab her hand.
Goes ahead and squeezes it. I don't want to lose any more people. Can't do that. I think if I did, I'd probably lose whatever shred of humanity I have left within me.
Wake me up
What?
inside. Can't wake up.
Bruh.
But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Nadira, unfortunately, there's a noise that emanates from you without any warning. You've heard this a few times before. It seems like someone's up to their tricks again.
I just look suspiciously at everybody in the goddamn room, including Cobweb with his fucking worms.
Cobweb's like, trying his hardest not to laugh. This is terrible.
Are you okay? You
He's
look like you're
doing
about to
that.
shit yourself.
This is awful. No, I'm just so mad. I just, you know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
We're gonna have to find some sort of remedy for that, my lord.
No, I mean, who would ever laugh at such a childish prank?
He's doing that that Triple H face back in the chat again.
Yep. Who indeed? Do we want to set up watches in case something happens?
I'm all the watch you need. I'm always watching.
Always watching. Was that
Unless I'm facing the other
Damn it.
way, and then I'm watching only that side.
I mean, I wouldn't mind if we could all get a good night's rest. Does anyone have any spells that could secure this place further?
I don't, unfortunately. It wasn't in my skill set.
I think a wall of fire might be a bit too attention-grabbing. Actually,
I'm not do anything. I don't think so.
okay, B-Man, question.
I could.
If something were to set off, like, the Guardian of Faith's attack, would it kind of, like, alert me or, like, make enough noise to wake us?
You'd hear the swing of its blade, and you would feel the resonation of that within your magic. So you would know,
Not to mention whatever it would hit would scream out in pain, probably.
depending on what it is.
Oh, I could also
Alright.
do this. I'll do this. I'll help.
Ooh.
Alright, I'll set up a Guardian of Faith to protect the area that we're going to sleep in. So I'm just going to cast this to use the spell slot.
Very nice.
And then I'll cast 150 feet cube. Well, natural terrain. I mean, I don't know. Could I do this? Aren't changed in appearance. But, maybe not.
Just to help with our sleep, rather than being the light mode version of Guardian of Faith, it's just like a darker version.
Dark light.
Guardian of Edge.
It's just Batman standing in the center of the room.
Scowl and all.
You can sleep easy. I'm here now.
Where's Ragni? Where is he?
How do you know that name?
All right. Yeah. Are you taking all of the watches destined?
I would assume so, yeah. I mean, I
You
think
can
it's...
with your Century's Rest
Yeah.
combined with the Guardian of Faith. It is adequate.
And
do you think?
I believe, technically, I think I last as long as the Guardian of Fate. Like that. So,
Okay.
I'll see basically whatever the Guardian hits, if anything, if it's anything.
All right. Very nice. And rest. Everyone would,
I would
which is a
like.
perfect. What's
Oh,
up?
I did want to wake up when everyone's asleep.
Okay.
Do something.
Are we getting the Dream Police sequence again?
Maybe.
Cool.
But you wanted a 15-minute break, B-Man? I think you were saying.
Yeah. Let's do that now.
Okay.
I'll reconvene at 9:18.
18. I gotta plunge into your Scoluses.
Never say that again.
Hey, Percy's got...
Oxygen. Like, I don't know, Scoob. This bowl is real spooky.
Skill issue.
Immediately eviscerates Tadpole.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Boss, you've murdered the child. Amazing. That's why you're the best.
Just divine word, begone thought.
Because you gotta do the cooking by the book. Because no, you can't be lazy.
Can't believe.
Break down, bitch. I don't know how that Lil Wang song goes.
Back the motherfucker up. Bring the bass down low.
I can't go anywhere. Suck my dick. What? All right.
The fuck?
That's Reading Rainbow with what is it, DMX?
I think so,
Yeah.
All the Lil Wayne meme mashup songs.
Like I've heard the Lazy Town Little John mashup, but I have not heard that one.
Oh, it's just as good, if not better.
It's raunchy.
Okay. Is it Reading Rainbow DMX?
Something like that. Like Lil Wayne, like it's like inner city like rap music mixed with Reading Rainbow.
It's so weird how well they mash up together in both songs.
It's like the same tempo. Like it's crazy how they work like that. Fucking Mike Wazowski.
Oh, you just noticed that?
Yeah.
I did that during the break.
I was thinking when you were joining the camp, I was like, what do I set his name to? Like, I remember Pino. It's like, I used to always make fun of that. I was like, Pino. We're like, penis. Oh,
Yeah.
we got him good.
Okay.
All right.
It's named after my favorite Skyrim mod. It's a little... All it is just like a little mushroom that doesn't do anything and it just follows you. But if you have the swearing... not head crabs, what are they? The swearing mud crab mod?
Yep.
For whatever reason, because I think it's just the Pinot is just a retextured mud crab. It swears and everything as it follows you, so it's incredibly funny just to be followed by a little like foot tall mushroom that just goes fuck whenever it's hit.
Fuck you, kid, you're a dick.
All right. Do we have everybody here?
I
No.
yearly exist.
I'm back.
I think that was a
No, but-
universal yes.
Yeah, it's like,
You got like 5 different voices responding to you.
Yeah. I'm gonna call
Evan,
that
what
good.
the fuck?
All right. We're going to pick things up where we left off. Everyone would take a load off and would rest after everything that's occurred with the good doctor has now simmered down for the time being. There are questions still hanging in the air, but they remain to be answered when everyone is in a better state of mind, either figuratively or literally, given the head injuries sustained. As for our heartbeat, you intended to do something, didn't you?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
Once everyone is nice and unconscious, I wanted to stealthily
Oh, boy.
creep over to Erthal.
Okay. Sure. You would see he has deposited himself not too far away from Dr. Percy. Imagine he wants to stay somewhat near, at least have eyesight of him in case things take a turn for the worse, but he is in a peaceful sleep.
Not for long.
Not for long, you fucker.
Okay.
As I want to see what his brain looks like.
Interesting. Okay, you're prying into his dreams, so it seems.
Nah, he's cracking open his skull.
What's with you guys and fucking brain injuries?
I want the brain meat.
Destin sits by and watches.
All right. Yeah, Destin, you're keeping watch. So you see the bird doing it again, but it was pretty harmless the first time, so whatever, we'll let it happen. And you pry into the waning mind of Erithal in his deep slumber, as there are sights and sounds that come to mind. You be transported somewhere else. There is a radiance in this room. You're in something of a hall. There's an assortment of pews that are all positioned upon a great mural, as you would see a depiction of a beautiful flowing-haired woman, and there's this delicacy to the stone for which she is painted. There is a radiance almost seemingly emitted by the paint itself, and standing before it would be Erithal and a big, tall, glowy figure for which you have never seen before. He looks very important, and he has a lot of the same trappings as Erithal, but just seems to be on a higher level. And you can see the two of them their back is to you. They're facing this painting, and they are conversing, as though the big one is guiding Erithal some form of instruction.
I want to stealthily creep closer and hear what they're talking about.
Okay. You would get closer, and being in a dream, your steps almost don't even touch the ground, as you can just seemingly float towards them. And you would close the distance, and it seems like they are talking about some sort of human magic. And it seems as though the big guy is directing Erithal's hand in some way, as though somatic components are being taught to him. And Erithal would lay his hand to the painting. Now, this wall has definitely seen some age, and there's a good sizable crack that is present near the bottom of it. And that is what Erithal is laying his hands towards. You can see there is a trickle of radiant light that would flow down his hand and would greet the stone for which this mural is depicting this large painting. There's a flash, and you would see as whatever is happening with Erithal takes its effects, the crack is mended. You didn't know Erithal was an artist.
Neat. He is a painter.
Erithal, roll religion.
Religion. 1 second.
You look at your work, and as dreams tend to go, you don't know why you were here or what it is you were doing, but you feel a great sense of purpose and warmth, having completed this seemingly patch-up job on this mural. And you would look over to your left and see Chosen Athelos is looking down at you with a sense of... he's almost proud of you. As if a father is proud of the upbringing of his son. There's a sort of kinship between them. Now, you've never interacted with Athelos, but this prophetic dream just seems to give a sense of belonging, both with him and with what you're doing here. But you just... you feel like there's something else here that doesn't belong here.
At the feeling of Athlos, I think that's how you pronounced it. Sorry.
Yes.
Athelos, yeah.
Athelos just can't help but kind of crack in the corner of his mouth a smile. Though feeling that something doesn't belong just starts, as he would in reality when things start to feel off. Look around.
You flip behind you, and almost strangely enough, there is a harpy behind you. It's vaguely familiar. You're not sure if you know this creature or not, but what is it doing in the House of Zula? Clearly, that is not something you typically see within your processions. This is unusual. Why is it here?
Are you lost?
No.
Ah, you've come seeking the light of Zula.
What is Azula?
A little taken aback by the lack of the knowledge of basically the house that of the god that they just basically stepped into.
Yeah, you see Athelos turns to face this interloper as well at that comment. Now, that's not something you've heard before.
Zula's our god.
What is a god?
A divine being.
What is divine?
Beyond mortality.
Okay.
A non-believer has come to our house. It is our duty to educate them.
I agree, such is Zula's teaching. Sorry, zoned out for a moment there. My brain just wandered.
Feathered being, step forward.
I'll hop forward. Curious.
You do so. And you do feel a bit of warmth coming from this large painting now that you've closed the distance. Erithal, you still get that feeling that there is someone here that doesn't belong here, but now that this genuinely curious, innocent-looking enough creature has entertained the gesture of your chosen, you feel like that sense that something is here that doesn't belong is coming from somewhere else, but you can't seem to place where.
Chosen Athelos. Do you feel that?
I do.
Something that doesn't belong is here, but it is not our feathered friend here.
Something runs amiss in our house. It is not the one before us. It is not here. Perhaps elsewhere. Perhaps in the decrepit home for which we are sleeping.
Which, that strikes you as a bit different. And you have a bit of an awakening for a second, and it clicks. This is a dream. And just like that, you wake up.
Just kind of, with a little bit of a start, just the immediate dream to awake. What the?
There's a harpy in your face.
Hi!
Hi.
Wait a minute. I remember them being in my dream, don't I? Or is it like...
Oh yeah, it's when you first wake up and the dream's still fresh. Yeah, like the distance from you to them right now was the same as in the dream literally a second ago.
That's... different. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah?
Wait. Is that how you were learning? Like, is that how you learned words and some sentence structure?
Yes.
Amazing.
I look inside people's heads. Everyone here so far has weird heads and things in them.
Can't imagine everyone will be too happy about you poking in their heads, but it doesn't seem like you're doing any harm. Just curiosity.
Yes. I want to learn. I want to grow.
Seeing as how they're kind of like talking in this way, which is way more structured than he's ever really heard them speak before, just kind of that goosebump, just shiver across his entire body.
Yeah, they're learning at an unprecedented rate at the moment.
You're a quick learner.
Yes. I learn how to think like you do.
You do so, but you also maintain your own individuality. You know how we think, but you also have your own way.
I suppose so.
Huh.
What else was in your head?
Did you also have that feeling that something wasn't quite right?
I don't think so. It's your head, after all. You would know it best.
Dreams are sometimes strange things. Sometimes they can be nonsensical. Other times they can be prophetic. You know what I'm trying to say there, prophetic. Yeah.
Yes, like this place, how it is stuck in past. Prophetic means things that will happen later.
Exactly. Though what he said about in the place we sleep, Airfall's seeing as because of his whole elf and fae stuff, only really needs to be in that meditated trance, which I'm going to ping for you, for about 4 hours. He's going to like just kind of look around the building after just that feeling of something doesn't belong.
Yeah, with Apollos' remark being really on point with the real world, and that feeling is still lingering in your skin, you would take some time to walk around the house and just see very thoroughly now. You have your tuned senses and they're dialed to max here to see if anything is wrong. Roll perception.
16.
Everything seems normal enough. You make your rounds coming back towards one of the side rooms, the one for which you had first entered the place, and you clear the room and begin walking down the hallway back towards the others, and you hear the echoed shattering of glass. You would turn around and you see a glint sparkling through the air as though there were glass shards just falling through them. And you look out the window to see yourself climbing in through said window. It's you. But you look closer and you can see through yourself. And you look beyond and you can see just over your shoulder is Dagny, and then Nadira, and the others. All ghostly visages as they are filing in, and as your feet would meet with the wooden boards of the house, this visage would fade away, as though you were witnessing an echo of the past in real time.
But Wait, so was that the window we broke into the house in?
Yes.
Okay. Already. I wonder if there's more things like that, like an echo of the past. He says, talking to himself.
Yeah. I'm just.
Okay.
I'm in the darkness staring at him.
All right. I imagine you're going to continue your sweep.
Yeah. See if I can't find any more echoes. Or something that doesn't belong.
You continue to move around, and you have a bit of an attunement to what you're looking for now. Unfortunately, you wouldn't find anything else of note. You would complete your rounds, and the perimeter is secure. The Spirit Guardian has not been triggered in any way.
I will just kind of relay that to what I saw to the bird, and has Destin ever told us about his sentry rest, like how it functions?
I think he did.
I don't... Did you?
I genuinely don't remember.
I don't think you did.
So let's go with just no.
Okay.
I would say you just look over it and you see that, like, my eyes have dimmed slightly, but they're not off.
So Erithal, not knowing that you can perceive what's going on currently, is going to assume you're asleep and not say anything else to anyone else, so you guys can all rest.
Alrighty.
But he will bring it up when we all wake up.
Mm-hmm. You would slowly come back to and would lay down. And one final curious thing that you do notice, now that you're among the others, is you look over your shoulder and you have like one final look just before you can breathe a little bit easier. And although it's not alarming, it's just a curious detail that you see Nadira is not sleeping like laying down. She's actually sleeping, in a sitting upright position. Her eyes are shut. She's very clearly asleep, but you can see that cradled in her arms within her lap is that black book that she was reading earlier.
Oh, fucking shitballs.
Oh, I forgot to mention that to you before. Last time you were, like, sleep reading that, so...
Goat was telling me.
Erithal's interested. He wants to investigate the book.
Erithal's got no wherewithal.
How so?
He's just gonna, after lying down, seeing the book, just letting out a light sigh, just, this is gonna get me killed one of these days. And he's just gonna sit back up, stand up, and walk over to Nadira, just at first gaining a glimpse of how tightly is she holding this book.
This is when I accidentally kill you.
It's a firm grip for sleep, anyways.
Well, that's odd.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
I have so many bad
Do it.
feelings about this.
Shouldn't have been standing there.
I'll be right behind there. Looking at this shit.
Oh no.
Erithal's going to kind of
Do it so I can sit here and watch.
slowly peel a finger or two back in an attempt to kind of like put the book in a more easily slippable out position.
Okay. So you carefully would pry her fingers first before touching the book.
Yes.
And
It's my creepy book.
there's definitely a solid application of grip on the book. So it does take a little bit more force than you'd like. But after a little bit of careful work, you manage to part her hands, and the book would rest in her lap, no longer being gripped.
Just kind of hovering a hand over the book. No, he has no reason to think this is a dangerous book. So, no, he's not gonna hover his head. He's gonna go, like, to pick it up.
Your hand would greet the black cover of this tome, and it feels unnaturally cold for what it should be. Nadira, your eyes shoot
Oh, God.
awake immediately upon contact. Make a wisdom save.
No.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go.
Wow.
Oh.
Someone is trying to take
RIP.
the most precious item in your possession, and the only appropriate reaction is the use of force.
I have something I want to do, but it's bad.
You have been commanded to use force on this person who has the audacity to touch your book.
Like attack force?
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah.
Seize him.
Wow.
Oh!
That beats my AC.
Go.
Wait,
You
wait,
get two
at
beams
level
of those,
5,
by the way.
there's
You
two
get
of
two
them.
beams.
Oh, I didn't mean advantage. It would hit either way. It's fine.
Yeah, it hits either way.
I'm sorry.
Erythal, you're curious about this, and you're gonna, maybe just see, what's the deal with this? I'm curious. Nadira's eyes shoot awake faster than you knew eyelids could move, and before you have any time to process that, there is an E-blast that would puncture your chest as you get sent
Oh god, I
flying back.
can do that.
You're gonna have to roll damage again, by the way. You only did the 8.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's the attack die for? A D10. I'll just roll a single D10.
Yeah.
Ouch.
16.
Double damage,
That's
bruh.
rough, buddy.
Let me just do some quick math.
Don't touch my book!
Don't touch my book!
This blast would obviously wake the other inhabitants of the home.
Oh, so because I watched that entire thing,
Oh, you
I
saw.
just want to like rush over and try to restrain Nadira
Okay.
because
Are
she
you-
just immediately just attacked, just
Yeah, she
straight out. It's like, oh,
snapped.
yeah.
Hostile.
I-
Dear, are you resisting?
Am I in like the mental state to resist? Am I now like aware of what I have done? Or am I still in that like rabid animal state of mind of just panic?
That depends. Why don't you re-roll the wisdom save?
How about no, you
So,
fuckhead?
I mean, I would assume regardless, is it a strength check or athletics for?
For you, I believe it's athletics, and Nadira has a choice of acrobatics or athletics, depending on
Yes.
what route you want to go. Nadira, you pass the save, and that overwhelming sense of the need to protect this book at all costs, gone. You're within your right minds, and Destin has come charging over to restrain you. You just attacked Erythal.
Oh, I'm not gonna beat that. No.
That's a shame.
I mean, I'm not. I won't fight it. I'm not fighting it. I'm letting it happen.
All right.
So I'd like to like pin her arms to her side and like pick her up like a child.
Yeah,
What in the
everyone's a-
nine hells is going on?
Nadira has attacked Erythal.
Dear, what are you doing?
No,
Great
it's fine.
question.
It's misunderstanding. Just kind of, since that was fucking 2 solid hits, just kind of out some blood.
Yep.
Misunderstanding?
That-
Dear, what have you done?
The book. Something is wrong with that book.
You shouldn't startle people when they read.
You weren't reading, you were death ripping the book.
Cobweb,
He tried to
Cobweb's
take
eyes-
the book from her.
Like, I'm gonna just look at this book. I'm not gonna touch it.
You take a look at this book, and just looking at it at a glance in the moment, just something about it just seems a bit off.
Cold. When I touched it, it was like cold.
Well, maybe you
Cobweb
shouldn't have touched it.
completely deadpans as he looks down at the book. And something that never quite got addressed sort of comes to his mind. Nadira being MIA for a good chunk of time during their stint through the that cursed house.
Hmm.
Please, for the love of all that is big, Please, Nadira, tell me that you did not take that book from that goddamn house.
I hate to make this about common sense, but how else is the book sitting right there?
You got this from the retreat?
Carrying it around this whole time and you people are just noticing?
No, it's not her fault. There's clearly some sort of cognito hazard happening here. As he sort of points towards the book.
Destin,
Nobody touch it.
Destin, you have, your senses are somewhat unique to... Not unique, attuned to finding evil and good things. Do you think you could figure out if this book is good or evil?
Yeah, I could do that. So I guess I will use my divine sense. I guess if specifically on that book, but if I sense anything else, let's go for it.
Yeah, no, the book's on the floor. Because Aerithal immediately let go after being attacked.
Alright. You would cast Divine Sense, and there is an immediate ping of sinister presence within the pages of this tome.
Alrighty. Do I sense anything else in the area, or just the book?
The book's the main thing here. Like that's really
Okay.
that's it.
Alrighty. Yeah, that book is just as evil as all the other things I sensed in the house.
Oh, for God's sake, Nadira.
It's, again, it's probably not her fault. She was probably bewitched.
Obviously. All the stuff that was in that house had some sort of curse on it. Energy that was permeating that place.
So, for the time being, I will hold on to the book. Because if she decides to come and take it, she will have to work very hard to get it. And I'm still holding her up in the air.
Okay.
Are there shadows around me?
Yes.
What's that?
This is there's no sources of light in here, and you're in a old building, so there's shadowy corners abound.
Am I able to use this to get out of the grapple that I'm in currently?
Yes,
I would say
absolutely.
So I'm gonna do that, creep out, snatch the book wicked quick, and throw that shit in my pocket.
I'm casting
Yeah.
old person.
So here's what happens. There's only a
Hold on.
verbal component to this. So you go ahead and would utter that under your breath, and as you do so, everyone would see Nadira's physical form just turns black and then would jump to the floor, and that book would be grabbed by said shadowy form and gets consumed within, and it just emerges with the floor, and Nadira is gone.
What the Nadira!
This is fun. I like this.
As for Nadira, you would feel a sense of pride, contentment, almost a form of reward that is washing over you as whatever has been influencing you has definitely taken a liking to your actions as you learn a new spell as a reward.
Oh, for fuck's
Ooh.
sake!
Oh.
Let's go!
Holy shit.
Holy fucking shit! I get that?
Holy shit.
I want it! Give it to
It
me!
is always prepared, independent of your spell preparations as a druid.
Okay. Yes!
Use it on me, I dare you.
Psycho mode activated!
It's worse than I
Nadira?
thought. She's been bewitched.
Yeah, as for everyone else, Nadira just slumped into a shadow and is now gone.
Oh my
Nadira.
god, I'm so excited.
Hey, Aerithal, do you know any spells that produce a large amount of light?
You are talking to a light cleric, my friend. Let me cast Daylight right on fucking Destin.
Deploying flashbang.
Deploying flashback.
I have become
Alright.
the sun.
Actually, wait, B-Man. Since Nadira attacked me and became hostile to me, would the Guardian have
fair.
attacked them?
I will say, if you mentally consider them an enemy within the instant that you are attacked, then yes, because I believe it's reactionary that it would do that. So like, in the moment, you didn't see her as an enemy, but obviously now that has changed. So if you consider her a threat now and she attacks you, you could absolutely use that.
Need your opinion, guys.
Killer.
As for casting daylight, the entire room would get bathed in bright light.
Welcome to Discord light mode, motherfucker.
Awake and watching this in silent spectation, as he tends to do per trademark. And all shadow would be vanquished in blinding light, as Nadira, you no longer have a shadow to cling to, and you would unceremoniously topple onto the floor as your regular form is assumed once again, ending your spell.
Could I try
super
to grab
fun,
her
though.
again? Or
Well, she's currently on the ground, prone, so if you're going to try something, you absolutely can.
yeah, I'm gonna try to grab her again.
Why? Why are we grabbing me? Why are we grabbing me?
Nadira, calm down.
Go ahead and make your
A giant robot
athletics
is
roll.
burning me. You want me to calm down?
Nadira, your choice of athletics or acrobatics to resist the grapple. Shame. You get a hold of her, you kind of grab her by the scruff while she's prone on the ground.
Now that, seeing as like a couple seconds have passed since then, could I cast another spell, or...?
Why don't we roll for initiative at this point?
Alright.
Christ,
Shit.
Killer.
I'll be right
Shut
back.
up, goat.
Don't kill
What?
her.
I just wanted my book back.
And all I want is for you to not have the book.
All I want for Christmas.
Jesus
Wow, look at all the 18s, man.
Yeah, I know. I thought I rolled high, but it seems like everybody else just wants to go before me.
Mhm.
Skill issue.
Bruh.
Well, how did we get here?
I don't know why we're
See,
here.
everybody? See, kids? This is why reading is bad.
Let's get everyone
There's a-
situated here.
Kyo, you need to roll.
Okay. Eat your Bakken. We'll just consider this mostly a big room here.
Kyo needs to
Hey.
roll.
Well, hold on. Yeah.
You don't need to move. There we go. Alright. Kyo. I will roll initiative for ya.
I feel like he said he was gonna be right back.
Mhm.
It's okay. He's like 6th on initiative anyways. And Nadira has been grappled. Boop. Dagny, this situation has escalated considerably.
I'm back, sorry.
We're fine, yeah.
Okay, where is the book in relation to her?
She's
I'll
holding it, I
say
believe.
it is still tight within her grasp. At this point, like you can see, it has been effectively like quickly tucked away in her bag again.
Okay.
It's interesting how fast she was able to put that away.
Nadira, this book is dangerous.
Huh.
Mhm.
I can't believe I'm being attacked again.
I have yet to attack
literally.
you. I just want to hold you in a way that you can't run away.
Nadira, I know there are things in this world that are that are able to tempt you. But this book is not. It's not a good thing. You literally pulled in the shadow and grabbed it. It has you in its grasp. Such knowledge was not meant to be seen by mortal eyes, apparently.
Nadira, you would only hear one thing in response within your own mind.
Defend.
Boy,
Erithal,
that's not good.
do you have some sort of spell that can kind of remove whatever
I do.
connection she has to this book?
It'll suppress it for a minute. We gotta get it away from her.
Alright, so the book is in her bag.
As of right now, yes, it is your turn. Remember, yeah, it's 6-second intervals, so the conversation needs to be brief.
Yeah, like, there's literally no way for me to, like, pull it off of her, so, and I don't want to touch it with my hands.
Right, yeah, if you want to rifle in there, I mean, like, if you got mage hand, maybe, but...
I don't have mage hand, that's the
Ugh,
thing.
that sucks!
So, the only feasible thing for me to do would be to just try and turn the bag upside down so that everything falls out.
Okay, like, this is her pack, so it's on her, it's strapped to her, so you're gonna have to, like, finagle it, get her arm through the loop, and, like, you're gonna have to take it off of her, which, even though you're being grappled and you're not restrained, so you can definitely resist this if you choose to.
Slap fight.
I guess I'm resisting.
Okay. Dagny, if you're set on doing
Excuse
this...
you.
Based
gonna
off
say-
my brain saying defend.
Dagny, you can roll... I'll treat it like a grapple, because, like, you're fighting her, like, you have to get this through her arms. You're basically forcing her movements here. So, go ahead and just make a contesting grapple roll. For both of you.
That fucking +1.
What am I rolling?
You are rolling acrobatics.
Oh, that's
Hey,
good.
that's not bad.
Fuck
That
me.
sucks. Yeah, Dagny, you do manage to get the book off of the Zira.
And I think I just kind of want to push it into, like, a corner so that it's away from her.
Okay.
I'll just kind of use the head of my cane to kind of push it.
Burn it.
Right. You would relieve the book from its rightful owner. Dagny, make a wisdom save.
Oh.
14.
Oof. Just below. That's a failure. And... 1 second. You take a grand total of 20 psychic damage as there is a horrendous pain that shoots through your head, and you feel a hot trickle meet your lips as your nose would start to
shit,
bleed.
wait, I forgot about this.
Oh.
That's a reaction.
Oy vey.
Boy.
Alright, moving forward, if you're gonna use reactions, like, you gotta say it before I start describing what happens. Like, that's really fucking annoying.
Sorry.
Alright, so you pass, and you hear 10. You still feel the pain as blood would trickle through your nose.
Erithal, be quick!
That brings us to the Harpy. You're not sure what's happening, but friends are now fighting each other.
Nadira's acting like dog and attacking friends. I see. Not really sure what I can help here, but I guess to stop Nadira from throwing more magic, I'm going to transform her into a rat.
No!
Jeez. Jesus
And,
Christ. Alright, make a wisdom.
I was gonna say, do I make a wisdom save?
Yeah, you make the wisdom save.
Oh, I click the thing. Got
yeah,
it.
you can click the button for you.
Damn.
That's a pass, and you feel this magic try to assault your form. And by this point, Nadira, every single person in this room is an enemy.
Oh, fuck.
You need to get that book back before anything else can happen. And you would resist this magic form that's trying to rend your shape into something else. You're not a stranger to changing your shape. It will only happen on your terms. Nadira. Was that it? Harpy?
No.
Unnamed Harpy? Okay. You
Mental
doing?
inspiration. On 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone in the party except Nadira. 8 temp, hit points, and reaction move.
Yo.
Alright, you have a chance to move here. What is up to the movement speed?
Yeah.
Or 60 feet, damn. Or yeah, move up and move. So you have a chance to react here.
I'm gonna hold my reaction. I'm gonna keep it.
Yeah, my only reaction is definitely to basically keep the book in the corner and shield myself between Nadira and the book if she tries anything.
But beyond that...
Well, actually, yeah, Dagny, you wouldn't be able to move or benefit from this besides the hit points, I think, because you already used your reaction to do that, whatever it was.
Right.
But, yeah,
All right.
After doing that and giving out those 10 HP, I'm gonna fly off to, I don't know, a cupboard in a corner and land on top of it.
I gotcha. That brings us to... Nope. Nadira's turn. You are currently being grappled by Destined, and Dagny had the nerve to take your book.
Oh, I want to hurt my friend. Am I in any kind of right mind, or at this point, am I just book?
The only thing that matters is getting that book back.
Oh. And I'm grappled.
Come on. Hit me.
Let me see.
And are there any windows, anything like that?
Yeah, there's a window that's gonna be like right here. I'll put it.
And the book is in what corner?
The book is in the... Well, it was in Dagny's grip.
No, it's not in my hands. It's on the floor, and
Okay.
I'm basically have it pushed into a corner, and I'm standing in front of it.
All
Body
right,
blocking it, basically.
Yes.
Mhm.
I gotcha.
Well, first things first, I need to get out of this, I guess.
At this point, I think we're due for some music.
Oh my god, I hate this. How did it come to this?
You picked the
Nadira
book
boss
out.
fight. Nadira boss fight.
Oh no.
It's long.
If it isn't the consequences of my own actions.
Is my upper body free?
Why do I see a health bar?
You basically just have a firm grip on your clothes that's preventing you from using movement. That's what a grapple is.
Okay, I can flail the rest of me then, I guess.
Your speed is 0, yeah.
Okay. Give me
Go
a
on,
second,
okay.
because I was not planning on this happening.
Yeah, neither was I. Welcome to my world.
I don't want to fuck anybody. I guess I kind of do want to fuck people up. I guess that's the whole point, right?
Well, I'm glad you finished that sentence.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I mean, the main
guess-
objective is getting the book back. Anyone that stands in your way is subject to being shut down.
I have a question, DM, just because it
Yes.
doesn't have a range on it. The new spell you just gave me, it doesn't have a range.
It's within 10 feet of you, I believe.
Creatures within, well, it says creatures within a 10-foot must make a dex save, but it says through the heart of a creature within range, but it doesn't, it just says feet.
Let me see, 3rd level. Let me double check it to make sure. I think this, as far as targeting that first creature, is a range of 60 feet. And if, like, that drops them to 0 hit points and explodes, then it becomes an AoE. So initially, it's a single creature.
So I guess my brain out of range is going for Dagny.
Alright.
Do it. Yes.
Oh my god, that's dastardly.
I'm angry at this point, I guess.
Okay.
So I guess Dagny has to make a con save.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Dagny, did you subtract the 10 psychic damage that you took at the start of all this?
You get
I
plus 2 to
didn't.
your saving throws. You're with it. Oh wait, no,
Alright,
never mind. You're not.
so you're at
within 10 feet.
48, and then you gain the temporary hit points. So you
Yeah.
have 56 total.
Yeah. Alright. Come on.
I love how this spell's just
I
like have a
hate
heart
this.
attack.
Whoa.
Have a heart attack that causes other people to have heart attacks.
44 poison damage.
Yeah,
God
Dagny,
damn it.
you feel a grip in your chest as there is a horrible sensation that washes over your heart. It leaks through your veins and makes your entire body run an icy chill, and you just feel like your insides have rotted.
And then I'm gonna wild shape into a tiger.
Stop her!
Alright, and you're wild shaping into a tiger. Okay, I dig it.
Why did the skinny one suddenly get heavy?
I'm a 5-foot tiger. Or actually, I think I'm even bigger than that.
I'm gonna say your grapple ended, given the circumstances. This is a large creature.
I would say so, 100%.
Wait, am I allowed to move?
Now that your grapple has ended, you have your movement speed.
I would like to run for the bag.
Okay. Which is essentially under Dagny, I believe.
She's running away from me, you say?
That's an opportunity
attack. Go for
Could
it.
I use that opportunity attack to grapple?
I don't
Again?
think so.
Be a melee attack.
It's a melee attack, yeah.
I mean, you can still smite, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I'm debating whether or not we actually want to physically attack her.
I mean,
She's very clearly ready
She
to
is
attack
not in
you
her
guys.
right mind.
She already keep it in mind. She shot Aerithal twice. He has holes in him now, and she just gave Dagny a heart attack.
Aw, that's puny.
Hey, she has 12 AC in Sabertooth form, so yeah, she takes the 5 slashing. I'll apply that for
But
you.
I can still move, right?
You can still move. You took the damage, you're good.
Okay, so I'm grabbing the bag if I can.
Yeah,
It's
another
the
free
book is
action.
pushed up into a corner.
Which
no,
is
the
what?
bag's just on the ground. It's just the book is away.
Well, I'm grabbing the book. I'm going for the book. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck
she
about
can
my
do
bag.
that. All right. So we'll say that like you would move here,
So
and like
that's
this is
about-
the corner. Grab that. You'll technically have to end your turn here to not be in the same space as Cobweb, but you have the book in your teeth now.
What can I use? My full movement or no? Because I was grappled.
You can you have your full movement. That is ended. So
Oh, that's
you only
ended. Okay.
you only used 10.
I was
we'll call it
like,
15.
because I want to go run out the window.
I see. Yeah, you got a
And
window
I get 40 feet.
right here.
I'm running out the window.
So you got
Are you able to fit out the window?
How big's the window?
It's
Exactly.
your average size house window. I'd say with a tiger, the grace of a tiger, yeah, you kind of have to
Good.
go
All right.
tight to form, but yeah, you should be able to get out of there.
All right, I'm running
So
out the window.
You have 25 feet of movement left, so you would get out the window.
Oh, opportunity attack question? I already used my reaction. Never mind.
Oh, that's right. Oopsie.
Yeah, out the window I go.
All right, and that would lead you there. You're on the other side of the wall. Essentially, like this here is the wall, we'll call it. No, this is a open map, but that brings us to Idravok.
Oh my
You're
god, I
seeing
hate this.
everything that's happening.
Are you guys really about to chase me out?
Are we, like, around any of that time-stopping area or fast-forwarding area?
There's a fast forwarding area that is in a nearby building. As for a
so-
time stop, no. You do know that for those who have shorter lifespans, it is lethal. And even if you only were in it for less than a second, you age 50 years. 6 seconds could kill any of you, potentially, depending on age. You know that. Alright. Anyways, Idravok is not having any of this shit. Is coming there. Let's see. What can he do? Oh. I see. Wow. Okay. Okay. He is going to cast this. Yep.
What in the goddamn?
Bro.
Make a Constitution saving throw, Nadira.
Feel the power of Sunny D.
Ouch.
Why are you cheering so hard?
There's the full damage coming your
I
way.
mean, I hate this is happening to her, but fucking goddamn.
Hey, we're good still.
You take 25 radiant damage, and you have been blinded.
Okay.
Flashbang.
As he looks to everyone else, Ejavok would rally everyone. Don't just stand there! Destined.
Alrighty. Let's see. Am I able to fit out the window, or I'm probably gonna take like some?
You can dive out the window.
The
Yeah.
tiger
Okay,
fit,
cool.
So you can.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, alrighty, I'm going
It's
to.
15 feet to get through the window.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go right here for the time being, since she's like right in front of
Yeah.
it.
We'll call
For the sake of
that 20, like to get around all that total. We'll call that 25 feet of movement.
Sure, that works. And yeah,
What
I guess
is
I'll
this
just try to.
happening?
I guess I'll just try to grapple the tiger.
Okay. Go for a grapple. Now she is blinded. I'd say
But
you'd have advantage because you can't see this coming and try to dodge it. So
She is also a large creature,
Hey!
though.
I'm not even gonna.
Holy
bother.
shit!
wow.
I'll do it just cause. Cool.
Whatever. Nadira, yeah, athletics
I am
or
the tiger.
acrobatics, your choice as tiger. You have in tiger form, you have a +4, so I'd roll athletics.
I don't have like. Is there a way to? Oh, there we go. Okay.
You double click on the token, they'll bring up the stat sheet for that.
Oh my god, damn!
No fucking way. Meets it, beats it, Jesus Christ.
Are you kidding me? Even a crit doesn't.
Just get
help
chicken
that.
strips.
Bullshit.
And contesting
I'm a
checks.
6-foot large tiger.
and
Yeah, I
when
know,
it
but
comes
I'm
to,
like a 7-foot robot.
when it comes to contesting checks, nat 20 is not an auto success. Holy shit, that's fucked. But you would get a good grip. But she has cat-like reflexes and
I'm made
would
of
just
water.
slither. And would flow like water. Anything else?
I mean, that's my action. I can't really do anything else.
Okay.
I hate
Uh,
this, guys. I hate
Aerithal.
Well, say goodbye to another second level spell slot. I'm going to cast this directly on Nadira.
Now, I'm being
And then
nice here in saying that you guys have not long rested yet. It's been like a third of a long rest, like one watch's worth, if even that. So
Yeah.
you're fine in that regard.
None of
Yeah.
us took the press the long rest button, so I think we're good.
Yeah, no, I didn't say to do that.
I'm
so.
trying to end the charm because I assume she's under the effects of a charm.
This is a curse.
However,
calm emotions. This will calm her emotions, so it could quell her the fueling going through her blood. Yeah, just make that wisdom save for me.
fuck.
Ugh! You feel this weak magic try to undermine your resolve, but you will not be swayed. There's only one way forward, and it's with this tome. And if they have a problem with that, that's on them. You resist.
I hate.
Alright, time to get the fireballs out.
I don't have the spell slot.
Also,
Okay.
I'm still
Oh,
bright
shit.
as fuck.
You know what? I will also use my movement to fucking get closer.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, that's all. That there we go.
You're getting out the window?
Yeah, kind of
Alright,
like next. Yeah,
Like
next
right
to
there.
Desmond.
Yeah, like here's where the wall is. So, yeah, you're right there. Good to go. Cobweb.
Okay. Cobweb bends down into a sprinter's stance, realizing that Nadira is off her rocker and that words are not going to basically reach her while she has the book. He sees this as a sort of challenge of his abilities. Can he get the book? Can he not? We're finna find the fuck out as he uses his full movement speed, his bonus action to become large, and he's going for 2 grapples.
Oh my god. Now, are these grapples geared towards obtaining the book in her mouth?
Sure.
Alright. Woo! You get bigger. You're diving out the window as you crash and summarily would widen this window permanently, just like you did back in the swamp all that time ago. Alright. 2 grapple checks. So, yeah, roll it twice, and Nadira, that's 2 athletics rolls from you.
Okay.
It's the double 18.
Oh my, triple 18. So she passes the first one. What the fuck is going on?
Okay.
How are you
okay.
rolling this good?
Hang
The
on,
second
hang
one,
on.
not so much.
Let's see. Yeah, okay. Crit maybe? No, it don't matter. Okay.
Oh, okay. Charisma save. Okay. You rolled 2 18s, you rolled 23. You grapple one time and all you get is a fistful of orange fur. You go in again, destroying the windowsill with your big shoulders and propelling yourself off the counter. And you would succeed in gripping tightly that book. And you feel its cold malice within your fingertips. Wisdom save.
Oh boy, let's see. Uh-huh.
I should have worn protection.
Should have grabbed like an oven mitt or something.
Fuck!
Jesus
Wait, Destin's right there. Destin's right there.
Oh!
Gives you +2, right?
Yeah, you get +2.
That turns your failure into a success. You are taking half. Boop, boop.
Don't
I
be
don't even have a
sad, be
description on
glad.
this book. I don't even know anything about it.
It is 17 psychic damage as you grip this awful thing in your hands. And for description's sake, it was what made visible. It is this thing here.
Oh, right. Right. Forgot about that.
But yeah, you got it, Cobweb. I suggest yeeting it the fuck out. She is still blind.
Eat it.
How long am I
Okay.
blind?
I don't know about that one.
Thinking really quickly, he basically understands that it's probably dangerous to destroy the book while she's still cursed by it. He is basically, he is going to open his pants, dangle it over her before letting it drop. As it is currently hidden away in his prison pocket. Yeah, get it now, motherfucker.
Dagny, you
Awesome.
behind would just see.
I need you to understand, Cobweb. This thing is ice cold to the touch, for starters. And the physical damage that's afflicting you is going from the book through your point of contact. It is entering your head. And you're feeling it all the way through.
Okay.
This
You're
is not
right.
a pleasant experience. You
You're-
can do
you're
this.
right.
You can do this. But dear God.
You know what? That's fair enough. I didn't
Your
think this
hinky is
through. I
cold
really
now.
didn't. Okay.
Hey, that's fine.
So instead, he is going
cold
to basically toss it over here. He's going to action surge 2 more grapples.
All
Let
right.
me pop that real quick.
I just imagine you just brush your loincloth aside and like hold on to it between your pelvis and thigh, kind of squish it there to keep it in place.
Okay, remind me where you're chucking this thing?
At Dagny.
At Dagny? Okay.
Basically,
right-
he's
you
trying
said
to
right
get
in
it
front of
far
me, right
enough
there.
away
Yeah.
that she can't get to it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I assume you're just like holding it firm on the window hole so she can't go after it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me pop this real quick. 2 more
right.
grapples. Let's see.
All right, Nadira, 2 more athletics rolls. Oh my God! What the fuck is this?
Yeah, damn.
You're up to 4 18s now, by the way. Oh, that's a
So-
7. Come on,
So
Jolly
are we-
Green.
So are we not nerfing the tiger now?
My modifier's at +6.
You got it. Okay, and you would get the grapple.
He sort of got her up by the scruff of her neck.
Percy's on the couch and takes a few stumbled steps to see what's going on, and is obviously not in the right condition to do much of anything, but would speak. What in the hells? You just can't seem to really get much of a word out. Not much you can do. Dagny, the book is in front of you. You're at the top of the initiative.
Eat it. Great minds think alike.
You have 12 hit points, mind you.
Eat it.
Shut
Yep.
up.
With those temp HP, yeah.
She's not going to touch the book, but she knows it needs to be destroyed.
There is some like cooking implements, like there's a frying pan and stuff. So like if you want to just give it a good old fashioned like golf swing to go down the hall, you can.
Fuck it, I'll grab a cast iron skillet and yeet it.
All right, you're gonna knock this thing down the hallway to the smaller room from which all of you guys entered. So there's an open window, you could chuck it out if you want to go the route.
Yeah.
Just let's see, what kind of roll would this be? I guess strength.
Strength check.
So I don't know if it's possible, but we could probably time lock it and either throw it into a time slow or a time speed up area.
Yeah, potentially.
13.
Easily done. Grab that cast iron skillet and give it a whack as the thing goes sailing down the hallway and would slam against the wall just below that opened window for which you entered. It's definitely away from Nadira now. And because she's blind, she has no idea it's there. Anything else?
I would just move over and cover the book with the cast iron skillet as much as I can.
Okay, you just lay it on top of there. Yeah, it's big enough to where you can just barely get that.
And I'll just kind of take up stance with my arcane rod.
Harpy.
Oh shit, it's me. Is the tiger still crazy? I assume so. So let's.
Yes.
Yes.
Well. Time
Just
to die.
eat it.
Oh, time to what?
Die.
Oh shit!
Holy Oh, well.
Oh.
Oh.
Roll damage.
Yeah, no,
It's fine. We're gonna be taking a long rest after this anyway.
I tapped her brain, but just to tell you how the spell works, she is now seeing an illusionary manifestation of her deepest fears.
Nadira, it's really up to you on what those are, but you are blind, you are scruffed, and in this blind, dark haze, there are manifestations of your worst fears popping up and screaming into your face.
Let's see. So, on a failure, she is now frightened, and at the end of each of her turns, she must...
She's got to make a wisdom save or take 4d10.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, she failed the wisdom save, so roll the damage.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Go.
Perish.
That is 22 psychic damage. I will apply that to your token for you. Ouchies. Bloodying the tiger. As in a similar fashion to Dagny, there is blood that is trickling out of the tiger's ears, eyes, and nose. Nadira, make a wisdom save.
Am I supposed to use my wild shape thing? I get confused. What modifiers do I keep that are mine?
Your soft stats, like wisdom, intelligence, charisma, those you keep.
So I
Yes.
should have made that save with my own.
It was that
With your actual character
Well,
sheet, yes.
with my actual character sheet, just
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
I
But
know.
you rolled the net one either way.
Oh no, that I'm aware of. I just
Well, no, that was the wisdom save for Phantasmal Killer. This is for the curse. Hey.
Hey.
Having been separated from your book for a decent distance, you can feel that your emotions are starting to dwindle a little bit. You're in the in-between. You can't see anything. You feel a firm hand on your neck, and you're a little bit too focused on the frightful sights all around you than anything else. This would break you out of your immediate need to attack everybody. But you have your full turn now.
Cool. Great.
He's up. You can't see anything. You can't move. It's scary things. Oh boy.
I have
Oh,
removed
boy.
your eyes. Don't get the book again.
Can I hear voices and tell? Well, I guess it doesn't.
You can hear people talking, and you have the right mind to understand who they are.
Okay. I don't know what to do. I hate this.
Maybe turn back into a person and tell people, hey, I'm not crazy anymore. We can stop fighting?
It's up to you. You can act as your character would want.
Well, my character at this point is frightened, so it doesn't matter if I'm mentally overtaken by the book. I'm still terrified.
Right. Ball's in your court.
It's a shame we'll have to kill you.
And I'm just being held by Scruff, right?
Yes, you're being scruffed.
Fuck me. I know what I want to do, but it's not gonna, I'm blind, like, it's not gonna work out well. Fuck me. Okay, I guess I'll turn back into me.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast this again on the first person I can touch, I guess. Which would be
All right.
whoever's holding on to me.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah.
I have advantage on the save and resistance to the damage. Let me see here.
2 to the and a +2 to the throw since you're near me.
Yeah, let's see.
Alright.
Is that like a C kind of thing, though?
Let me see.
Fuck. Okay, hold on.
Well, it's within range. Like, if I can touch you, you're within my range.
I think you have to like have some sensory of their presence.
Okay.
So whether or not you can see them is one thing, but you literally have your hand on his, so you can kind of understand the direction of the spell that he's there. So you can transfer it that way. Oh god, 11 and 11.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened there.
Double rolls. All right, well that's a failure, and that's 39 poison coming your way.
He rolled doubles. That means he gets to roll again. You know the rules.
Fuck off. You say you're resistant to poison?
Yeah, because of the hill rune. I could ping it if you want.
Oh wow, yeah you are. All right, so you take half. I can apply that for you.
Poison!
You take
Your
19.
heart hurts for a little bit.
Yeah, you feel the blood inside of your heart curdle as there's a cold sensation that washes over your chest. That's some vile magic.
Cobweb sort of spits out the bile. Not good enough.
Nice.
Killer.
Okay.
How long am I blind for?
Let me see. Well, it's Idravok's turn again, and he's the one that caused it.
It's
be blinded
concentration.
until it takes radiant damage and is blinded until your next turn.
Oh, so I would have not been blinded that turn.
No, you are. It's now that your turn has ended. Idravok is starting his turn.
Oh,
so
his
now,
turn.
yeah.
Oh, the person who cast that turn. Got it.
Flashbang
Okay.
we get.
Duration, a mote of brilliant radiant shines in your hands. It sheds bright light in a 30 radius. Okay, so it's not repeating any damage or effects or anything. So your blindness at this point is over.
I think he can shoot again, though.
Let me see. Can he?
For the duration... Oh. You can create a new line of radiance as your action on any turn until the spell ends.
Oh.
Yeah,
Let's
just
see.
Because its concentration lasts for a minute.
Right. Okay, so he can repeat the beam, can't he?
Yes.
Nice. Judging that the deer is still demonstrating clear hostility, Idravok will climb up and land on top of one of Cobweb's shoulders and is shooting it again. Make a con save, Nadira.
Oh, that was my own spell. My bad. Doesn't matter. Do I
No,
have to
it doesn't
reroll
matter. It's a con. It's a con save all the same.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you succeed. Let me see. It takes
So I'm
half.
not blinded.
Okay, 68.
I think the blindness is a condition of failing the throw.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you pass, you're taking half of 27, which is 13. You got 13 radiant damage towards you as Idravok is unleashing this brilliant beam of blinding light that is burning your skin. You're not blinded, however. And I will reassess that, again, these feelings that all these guys need to be put down, that is actively starting to wash out of you. Destined.
I guess, seeing that he's got her restrained, I guess I'll, if I can fit through the window
Well, grappled,
with
not
everybody
restrained.
body blocking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, I could move through allies, so I'll go back through the window,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna go to wherever the book is.
But you don't know
And-
where it is. You just know it went inside. So you have to.
Okay, yeah, I'll climb back in. And I guess I'll try to look through the book
Okay.
because I would like to. I don't know if this is exactly how it works, but I'd like to branding smite the book
Okay.
to do some sort of like holy-ish fire damage.
All right. So Dag need to move here towards, like, it's essentially where the other window is. And you can see that she's at the far end of this hallway here. And she's gazing over a cast iron pan that's on the ground by the window, and you can put 2 and 2 together. Moving here, that's 20 feet of movement from where you were.
Well, no, she would be standing in sort of in front of the skillet, and she has her arcane rod at the ready for whoever is coming to approach.
Gotcha. You see Destin approach.
Yeah, and then I move my last 10 feet, and if I use my halberd, if it's on the ground in front of her, I should be able to hit it with it since it's got the 10 feet.
10-foot reach. Yeah, so you move here,
Yep.
it's your movement. And yeah, that you technically can hit it.
Okay, so I'll make, I guess, just 2 halberd attacks on it, and whichever one, or both if possible. Oh, I know, I can only do it on one, it's because it's a regular branding smite.
Mhm.
I guess the first one, because I'm assuming it hits, because it's an inanimate object.
Okay.
And then,
Yeah, both of those do hit.
yeah, but I can only apply it to one, so I apply it to the first hit.
Mhm.
Okay.
Ooh. But still, it's fire damage. In addition to whatever damage I normally deal with it.
All right. Radiant damage. Ooh.
Oh, is it radiant? No.
Yeah.
Oh, it is
Branding
radiant
Smite's
damage.
radiant. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think you're
radiant
thinking
damage.
searing smite for fire.
Mhm.
Oh, yes, that's right.
You go with the jabs of that halberd as you would rend into its pages as that branding smite would leap into the pages, and there is a shudder in the room as you hear as there is a puff of black smoke that consumes that entire room. The cast iron skillet would go flying across the room over your head, narrowly missing your head, Destin, as it clangs against the wall of the room.
That's fine.
And you feel a vileness in this black cloud begin to permeate and slowly subside as that book has just been disseminated. Ending combat. And as for Nadira, you feel a certain grip on you slowly wane off.
Leave it to the paladin to beat the fuck out of evil.
Yeah, I think after you did that, you just kind of see like Dagny is still like white knuckling her arcane rod, and she is visibly trembling.
Mhm.
You see that Dr. Percy, holding his head, is still looking at everything going on as he walks into the room proper, and just his eyes dart to everyone else. And he has this just inane, crazed expression. It's just, what is wrong with you people?
What's wrong with you?
I have a head injury, but you, I.
Cursed book. Just from outside the window.
Apologies, sir. We just had to deal with something that was a long time coming, really.
Your thirst for knowledge is without caution. Knowledge is power, but that can lean into several avenues. Not all are within your best interests. Is there any other cursed knowledge that I should know about in your company?
Not currently.
Well, that's reassuring.
It's about as reassuring as everything in this place.
Oh, Savra, save me. He goes back to his couch.
I'd like to do my divine sense again to see if it's like truly gone.
There's a lingering presence of evil in this black smog that's lingering in the air, but it's slowly fading away, and you sense that the threat has passed. As for how Nadira is still affected by this tome, you don't know. You're able to surmise this was some form of curse, and it's not like anybody cast remove curse on her. So there's still a loose end here. But the book itself is no longer physically present.
So theoretically it shouldn't get worse, but it's not like it's better. I think.
It's your best interpretation.
Yeah.
We gotta tie up this loose end, killer.
Oh shit! No. Adira, are you still going Betty?
I'm just staring at the ground in like horror at what I just did.
Well, I mean,
Like sheer catatonic.
well, hey, don't look all sad. It wasn't that much trouble, really. I can take it.
As Aerothal's just next to him, just still bleeding.
Shut the fuck up! Shh!
I can't,
Stop bleeding, you're making it worse.
The sound, telling the blood to stop making sound.
Stop bleeding! I'm no good at this mushy shit. I do know that you weren't in your right mind. You were bewitched, beyond your wits. There's no reason to blame yourself. I don't think. I'm just glad we got you back.
I could have hurt you all. I did hurt you guys. I can't even say that.
What, you think this black snot's gonna put me down? That's wishful thinking as he sort of sets her down.
I just kind of look at him like, what the fuck? Again, as Aerethal's bleeding, I know I fucked Dagny pretty hard, like...
Oh shit, yeah, how is Dagny, by the way? She took 44 fucking poison damage.
I almost killed her in one hit.
Poison!
Yeah, she's got 4 hit points.
12 if you count the temp HP.
Oh my god, I almost killed you!
Now's my time to strike.
Like, while
shit.
this conversation is going on, she has not moved from her position, so, yeah.
I'll do a quick healing hands, even though I know
Dagny
we're
just
having
goes
a
to say something,
long
just
rest.
black
So
blood pours out.
so you go to touch her?
Oh yeah, I give you get 35 HP.
Like, you go to touch her, like, immediate, like, reactivity.
Maybe touching her after that is a bad idea.
Yeah, like, she initially will knock your hand away and will back herself into a corner, just have the arcane rod pointed in front of her. It is hyperventilating.
We do not have time for this. I'm going to cast, calm emotions. Right on Dagny.
Honestly, that's probably like legitimately smart
Right now,
for this entire thing.
right now, he sees someone's trying to heal them. He wants them to calm.
I do like how this
Dagny.
is the skip breakdown spell.
You feel your emotions coming to a top once again as you're hyperventilating, and all of your stress, anxiety, fear is culminating yet again. And then something would wash over you, and you feel it almost pull those emotions out of you.
Yeah,
And
her
her
body immediately will go slack. The terrified look on her face just goes blank, and her limbs kind of fall to her side, and she will just slide down into the corner on the floor.
You know it's an unnatural calmness, an inappropriate calmness given the circumstances, but you feel relaxed. Forcibly so, but relaxed, preventing you from going into yet another emotional spiral.
Like, she's not showing any emotion on her face, but like a single tear just starts rolling down her face.
Aerithal, get a point of inspiration.
Alrighty, I still lay on hands you.
How many?
35.
Oh, B-Man.
Yes,
I already have a point of inspiration. Am I allowed to share it to someone?
you may.
Just eat it.
Just to put it in role play, just walking up to Nadira. Trust me, there's no bad blood on my end. A momentary fall to the shadows, but now you're back within the light of Zula. And I will give Nadira the inspiration point.
Nice.
I just look at him. Don't make me hit you again.
You already did enough damage.
So, after I lay on hands Dagny, I want to go over to the window and look at Nadira, and I just say, I don't think we've ever directly talked before, but if it makes you feel any better, you're probably not the most evil thing in this room currently.
Yeah, oddly that didn't help, but thanks for the sentiment.
A bead of sweat runs down Cobweb's fucking forehead, his lawful evil forehead.
Also, Destined, you do feel a magical ping in your pockets, and you would gather the knowledge that the candleage of brilliance in your pocket, the wick, has been lit.
Awesome. Like it's gonna matter anyway because we're gonna long rest and it's just gonna go back out.
You're about 2 hours into the long rest, so upon completion, you will still have that for 2 additional hours.
Doesn't it last? I think it said like 4 or 8 hours.
It lasts 8 hours. You're 2
Yeah.
into the long rest, so by the time you complete it, which is 6, there's still 2 overlaps.
Oh,
so
yep. Okay, yeah. Cool.
Can I kind of listen in my own head? Do I hear any remnant of that voice, that feeling, that need?
There's something of a smog in your head. You feel like there are dissonant whispers that are trying to influence you in some way, but all that really becomes of it is just a feeling of uncertainty. You're unsure of what's going to become of that, or if it's going to become more attuned after a while. But what you do know is everyone here seemingly snapped you out of it, and for now, you can ignore it, disregard it. You're with your own right mind. You know that these people, you don't really want to hurt them. They are your allies.
Okay. I'm just gonna stay, I guess, towards the back of the group. I don't want to be too close to anybody at the moment.
So
You don't know how hard it was to suppress the urge not to telepathically say some scary shit just then.
So I'm gonna wait till she falls asleep, and I'm gonna plop right next to her. That way, I can keep a very good eye on her for the
That
rest.
you would. You can see that Idravok is also keeping an open sentry now, given the circumstances. He's short on words, but he has these very alert eyes that would keep an eye on everybody this time around, as both you and him are keeping watch for the foreseeable future. And I imagine everyone else is going to be settling down and completing their long rests.
B-Man, did that feeling of something doesn't belong, did that end with the dream, or was it kind of still there?
Now, after all of this happened, it admittedly distracted you from it. When you found that book, it's not like, this is the source. There wasn't really that click. You don't really know what that was. But now that you have gone through this ordeal, that waning presence from the dream is gone, and you're not really able to hone in on it anymore. Either way, you don't think it was the book, if it even had any credibility to begin with.
Okay, just a theory.
A game
Yeah.
theory.
You beat me to it.
Fuck. It was late morning when you guys had begun all of the whole long rest business, and it was early mid-afternoon when this happened. And the
Awesome night exploring.
the rest of the long rest would take you into the evening. as everyone is a bit shaky to go back into the rest, but inevitably would, and would regain their well-needed energy. Everyone gain a long rest.
I think Dagny is sleeping fitfully through that whole rest.
Also, when you said dissonant whispers, I couldn't help but think, get out of there, Kira. What are
The
you
spell.
doing there?
Fuck you! I said dissonant. Shut up.
Yeah, like the spell.
Pretty much. And that brings us into the hours of the evening, where everyone would slowly become about themselves once again, having regained their strength, having mended their wounds, which is certainly needed after recent events. And you're all awake once again, as Idravok is sitting squarely in the center of the room and is ending his sentry on everyone else, as would you, destined to having keeping an eye on everyone, especially Nadira.
And there goes the Guardian.
Disappear it would.
Dagny wouldn't like come to like calmly. She would wake up with a start, like she had a bad dream.
You get the shit
She
scared
would.
out of her.
Mm-hmm.
I wake up farting.
Fuck. That's fucked up.
Fear fart.
Like the dogs that wake themselves up by scaring themselves.
Fart themselves awake.
Fuck. Okay. Cobweb's just sort of stretching his arms. He's like, oh,
Shit. Oh, Sleeping Beauty's up, guys. We got a live one.
Idravok is giving a bit of a acknowledging nod as one by one you would file in. I do have something that has been on my mind, if all of you are willing to discuss it before the good doctor wakes himself. This is a sensitive topic, after all.
Alrighty.
Very well.
The Cartographer Corps. I imagine if your search for Genesis is going to bear fruit, then it would be in your best interest to be attuned to this object in unison. But as I understand it, that's not the case with everyone. It only favors certain people.
It's not so much favor, it's that we're soulbound to it. That's something only a startographer can do.
Are you sure? When I was studying it, it almost seemed like that kind of control over its security is in the hands of those that are bound to it. Unless my assessment is incorrect.
It would be. We've only ever done it in the presence of a startographer. Anyone who's dared to touch it outside, who's not soulbound to it, received the damage as you did.
Obviously.
Don't mean to interrupt here, but are you lying or did you just straight up forget Amazon?
I might have forgotten what.
I'm gonna ping something for you. Look at the Soul Struck tab.
New creatures soulbound to the core if all currently bound creatures unanimously desire it, while the new creature makes direct contact. While creatures soulbound to the core may summon and dispel it as a bonus action. Soulbounds who are killed lose their connect. Oh, okay. I didn't see that part. My apologies.
Which, of course, being bound to it, that is innate knowledge you would know. You're groggy, a lot's happened, your emotions are in a bit of
I almost died again. So yeah, I am fucking traumatized. B-man.
And you know what? This time
Alright.
it was something as simple as a heart attack.
That was more than a fucking heart attack. That was bile in my fucking veins.
yeah, that's more like a stroke or something.
Yes.
I call it a
even
heart
worse.
clopper.
Fuck, if I fucking Bell's palsy in my fucking face.
Hands are shaking.
But you would, after a moment of contesting him, would recall.
What are you getting at, Idravok?
What I'm saying is, if you find Genesis and stand before him, and he wants some level of assurance that everyone involved is of his kind, of the approval of the other startographers, the one way to assure that is that their bauble is affiliated with everyone in the party. Would you not agree?
I mean, with the others. I mean, after we said helped Siratoth, he soulbound the others to the core. Before the upgrade, at least.
Do you require the aid of a startographer to modify these bonds?
Not now.
Then what of everyone in the room?
Well, it's me, Cobweb, Nadira.
And
Yeah.
yet there's Arathal, there's Destined, myself, this Harpy, if you're willing to trust them with such a responsibility.
Hello.
Should we not share the responsibility? If an untimely death befalls most of us, if there's even but one survivor, we would want them to be bound to the core, as to not lose such an important object.
We?
I made a vow that I would stick with you and defend you as best I can. I'm effectively a member of your party, aren't I? This isn't just about me, by the way. This is about everyone here. Arathal, Destined, what say you on such a prospect? Even you, Harpy, if you can understand. This object is more significant than any one of our lives.
Yes.
Always signed up to protect Highshire. Still doesn't change now. Willing to soul bound to this thing, whatever that means. Whatever comes of it.
I think at this point, Dagny will kind of take sense for herself and will stand on her feet. And then she will snap her fingers and summon the cartographer core.
It would manifest in your hand.
I think this is actually the first time I've even seen what they're talking about, funnily enough.
It's a shiny to be sure.
Ball.
And quite a magnificent one at that. The likes of which you've never seen before. Completely unique in whatever it's made of and the strange light that it emits. Almost makes your eyes feel fuzzy.
Yeah, I definitely want to get a bit closer and inspect this thing. Without, nabbing it.
Right. That's probably for the best. You would take a closer look. And without touching it, you take a look and it has this weird starscape that's about its weird domed core. It has this emitter that is glowing this weird fizzing white light. And it definitely is something that you can make absolutely no sense of, other than the way they're talking about it and the way this thing presents itself. It is of significance.
I suppose I'll ask. What does this do?
It's special. It can recreate a map of the world, can store energy within it. We can even hide in it for a time.
Is that what makes it so important?
Partially.
I mean, it's less so what it is and more who made it, really.
The Startographers?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, I actually figured out how the Harpy is learning.
How's that?
I saw them in my dreams, and they saw mine.
Hearing that, she looks at the bird.
I know you're distrustful of them at times, but I don't know. They didn't do anything malicious.
I still don't like things just probing around in my brain, regardless of what it's trying to learn.
That would definitely be something to ask permission for, Harpy. Do you have something we can call you other than that?
A name, like all of you have.
Yes.
Yes.
I never had need of one. Lord Bobweb keeps calling me Desa, I think.
Disa.
Issa, it means spirited. And I mean, it kind of fits.
From what I learned, it is parents that usually name people, right?
Usually.
That's how it typically goes.
Sadly, we're not in typical times.
I understand. Disa. Spirited. It will do.
Alright. From now on, Diza, when you want to do that, try to ask for permission.
I cannot ask when you are asleep.
Ask before we go to sleep.
That makes more sense.
Wait a minute, so you weren't just sniffing me?
Oh, she did it to you too.
Well, I thought it was just because I stunk, but shit.
No.
No.
That's kind of metal. How did you do that, even?
I imagine it's some sort of divination spell.
Well, I know, but that's leagues beyond anything I can do.
Magic.
She
Well, fair enough.
obviously learned it from someone or somewhere.
I don't know. Fey creatures are innately magical. She could just be able to do that. That's so cool. Wait, so what did you see in my head?
Tentacles.
Figures.
Wait, okay, so how... Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to question this. Because this is a bit of an out-of-character question.
Yeah.
What do you usually do when you cast a spell, Goat?
The harpy, it depends. Like, if it's landed and it's casting a spell, it's using, like, strange wing movements for somatic components. But if it's flying, it's using its talons for such components.
Okay.
But for, like, verbal stuff, obviously, it's, like, saying weird magic noises and making sounds to that end.
Okay. Interesting.
I suppose we all learn something new every day, in times like these especially. Not to get too off point, but back to the matter of the Cartographer Corps. What are our intentions? I think if we're going to prove ourselves to this new Cartographer, we should at least be bound to it. And if what you all told me is true and there's more to be unlocked, that power should not rest on just one or two people. Should they meet their end, it could mean the difference between life and death for all of humanity.
I like humans. I don't want them to die.
I refuse.
An interesting choice.
You, Erythal.
Man.
You know, it's not. You won't feel any different. I don't think. I didn't feel any different.
You won't.
We can just, when we're soulbound to this, I assume, do what Dagny does and summon this thing with just a basically flick of the wrist.
Yes.
which your DM will ask, do you accept the responsibility of being bound to the core?
Sure.
Yeah.
I refuse.
Well, it's not about you right now. It's about
Oh, yeah.
Aerosol.
Okay. Oh,
We-
I thought you were asking all of
they
us.
heard you. No.
Mhm.
All right. And towards Dagny and Cobweb and Nadira, would you accept Aerithal as another carrier of the core?
Yes.
Shit, he can't be any
High
worse
elf?
than me.
Oh, no, my racism has come back on me.
All right.
Well, isn't the
Well, if-
consequences of my actions?
Yes, I mean, I guess I can say yes. After all, I did e-blast you
That's
Twice.
fair.
twice. Well, for both times you've called me a high elf.
You're a wood elf, though.
I know, but
Yeah, that's
Aerithal is
the
a
joke.
racist.
Aerithal is a racist.
He's called me a high elf twice since we've met. Even though we're the same
Literally,
goddamn
I've
species.
technically, I've only done it to your face once, but that was while you were asleep.
That's called a microaggression, sir.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I don't see race, so I don't know if that's
Shut up.
a bit more racist or not. But
All right.
all
Yeah,
you
me neither.
humanoids
You
the
guys are
same.
all kind of butt ugly, really.
This is true.
Jeez. As for Aerithal, you feel a certain invitation from the cartographer core within Dagny's hand, and you would lay a hand to it, a bit reluctant, seeing as what happened when people are not invited, but would eventually press your hand towards its exterior, and you feel something wash over you, as something would bind to your soul, as the cartographer core accepts you, and you are now bound.
Huh. A little less lonely.
Yeah, it also gives us the ability to remote detonate your kidneys.
I didn't
No.
need those anyways.
Idravok takes a stand and now looks to the 4 people who are bound. If you would have me, I would also wish to become bound to the object. As I said, there's strength in numbers. That's something we could seriously afford these days.
And yet you seem to choose when you will stay or go.
Well, I suppose everyone has their faults.
Though he has done good work in Point Fireheart, rallying the people, lifting spirits at the camp, proving to be a strong ally when we faced the Keystone when we awoke in that cave.
Agreed.
Yeah, not only that, but are we really in a position to refuse? I mean, I'd say get your frilly ass over here. Let's do this.
I appreciate the sentiment. Well, if you'll have me.
Aerith, I'll give him a nod.
Alright. Idravok would eagerly approach, and he is a bit hesitant given the previous time he did this, but would slowly lay hand towards it while continuing to address everyone. This is good. A
As
start.
soon as he touches it, Tabo goes boo.
Oh, come on, you beat me to it again.
I mean, like, as you say, boo. Yeah. I have a feeling that if we play our cards right and everyone is right about their wits despite their faults, we may have a chance to finally get some progress with... He makes contact and there's a sudden noise that comes from the core before...
What the fuck?
Dude, Cobweb,
Ayo.
are you like some sort of like explosion mage?
God, what, did you just kill him?
What the fuck happened?
What the fuck?
Yeah, like
Everyone would look over as there's a violent flash from the core that would strike Idravok through his form as he goes crashing through the wall of the house and he goes sailing down a hill, taking a significant amount of damage. The core has rejected him.
Bye.
Oh no!
I immediately am shutting the core away.
You do so, and while running away, you would dispel it.
And I like as I'm running towards him to approach him, but as I'm slowing down, I kind of am keeping at least a 20-foot distance from him.
Okay.
In case
Fuck
of
was
further
that, Dagny?
explosions.
I know that wasn't you, but like, it can do that.
Someone's like, "Oh fuck! I think I killed him." He starts running towards him.
Everyone be silent!
To everyone in the party, as you're chasing after him, as he tumbled violently down this incline, the only thing that you can surmise, for those who know the core at least, is that everyone has to unanimously accept him. The only way this may have happened is if someone disagreed, or if there was something else at play. Either way, it's not entirely clear. But everyone would continue to follow as Dagny leads down the steep incline for which he tumbled. And you would see that Idravok, on the ground, using his arms alone, is crawling out of the edge of one of the temporal rifts that accelerates time. Now, he's an elf, which you know, but he is frantically clawing out of it for finally reaching the edge, rolling onto his back and clutching his chest.
Are you alright?
That's a very calm way of asking, are you alive?
Oh. I suppose I will be.
Believe me, it was not me who wanted to reject you. I would have gladly accepted you.
Neither I.
I appreciate the thought.
Nadira?
Yeah, what?
That's
Look, I'm
Were
still
you-
in PTSD. I almost killed you people.
But you were going to accept Idravok and being a part of the core, correct?
Yeah, I'm indifferent on his ass.
Is that what it looks like when you detonate someone's kidneys?
Don't believe everything that Lord Cobweb says.
It would look a
Feeling
lot
it looks
cooler.
like that.
But that is what happens when the core rejects someone that touches it.
Did my refusal to be bound have anything to do with it?
You're not yet bound to it, so you would have no choice. So,
Okay.
Erithal, Cobweb, Nadira, we all
Aye.
agreed we wanted Idravok to be a part of the core, correct?
Oh,
That's correct.
as far as I know. Huh.
Nadira?
What? I agreed.
And I would have agreed too, so...
Zira, how honest are you being?
I don't quite know.
From what it sounds like, you don't care one way or the other.
I don't care one way or the other. He lives or he dies.
Okay.
Nadira, you need a firm yes in order for them to be a part of the core.
Well, we barely
Why
know
do you-
him.
What? So that's why you're uncertain, because of the fact that we haven't known him for very long.
Well, we haven't known half the people in this party for very long yet. It's a little too late for that one.
Then why
She's got
didn't
a
you...
point there.
My question for that, though, is even if you're a little uncertain of me because of that, why did it still accept me?
Because we actually, we all agreed to it.
I mean, it could be a verbal thing, but I don't know. I'm not really keen on trying this again anytime soon.
Alrighty. Nadira, just say yes with your chest and we'll have him touch it again.
No, no.
Is he
I
in enough
think we
shape to do that?
Wait.
He
Probably
stands
not.
up slowly and he's clutching his chest, which is smoldering, and he puts a hand up to everyone. Listen. Perhaps this doesn't have to be done now. Maybe this was a poor time to make this decision, given everything that has gone on. Between
Well-
cursed objects and indecision about past events and whether or not we have certain opinions on certain figures from history. We should maybe just keep moving forward.
Wait. Destined.
Yes.
We're going to make a decision about you being a part of the Corps, which I think we should. You're a very strong ally. We know that you are capable of protecting and defending something as strong as this.
His arm can turn into a tube.
I refuse.
Why?
From a practical standpoint, I have been alive longer than everybody here collectively. I have seen many wars, many deaths. If I am to die, I wish to die.
You're certain
A
of this?
secondary point
Can
is the
admire
more
that.
realistic one. If I am soul bound to this, and let's say I do die, and I come back, wouldn't that break the binds on my keystone? You might not like what comes out.
What's a keystone?
I suppose he has a point. We have asked concerningly few questions about the keystone in your chest, and we don't know how that plays out on an object such as the core. I'm glad you're at least self-aware of that. It still is a bit concerning, to say the least.
Not to hear it. Completely understand. Then, I suppose, within the bounds of your power, are you willing to protect and defend those who are soul-bound to the core?
I seek to find Ragni and figure out why I'm even on this plane of existence.
That's not what I asked you.
If protecting you gets me to him, then I will.
Then I will take that. And then she turns over to Disa.
Bird.
Hi.
She'll just she'll look Disa up and down, and then she'll turn to the other three and say, I think we need more time before we allow Disa to even be a part of the Corps. She still has much to learn, and much to understand.
Won't disagree with that.
Yeah, normally I would, but this seems like a special circumstance.
You're not serious.
Not to say that I don't trust you, Disa. It's just, you know,
We want you to understand more before putting
is
you
a
in a
big-
position to make a decision like that.
Okay.
yeah, exactly. This is a big responsibility.
Okay.
That's that, I guess.
Just kind of clear space. And I will summon up the Corps again. Now, the four of us verbally agree. Ejivak is to be soul-bound to the Corps, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
I have an idea. Make sure to point it down so he doesn't go flying again.
Nadira. What is with your hesitancy?
I nudge her with my elbow.
Doesn't feel like there's much of an option, so yes.
Ejivak, we all agree you should be a part of the Corps. But I will say, you know the consequences if there is any sort of suspicion upon your part.
Kaboom.
It should feel like an inviting feeling.
As I will go ahead and present the Corps towards Ejivak to touch.
Ooh, better idea.
All right.
Destin should stand behind to catch him in case it goes boom again.
Disa, please.
Oh, no.
That's actually a good. That's actually a good
Yeah,
idea.
that might actually do it. He's all but immune to the time dilation.
I mean, I did rust a little bit, but
I managed to crawl out reasonably quick. Either way, the ball is in your court with this. I am wary of this core, for twice I have been struck. But it seems as though everyone agrees. We understand frighteningly little of this object, but seeing as Erithal was granted passage, with everyone agreeing, I have reason to believe that I too, now that we've done things properly, supposedly, can become a part of this. I will admit I'm a little skeptical.
hey,
But
third time's the charm. I want to get behind him and like brace him.
I will choose to trust you all, as you have laid trust into me. As Idravok would carefully hobble his way over, his shoulder still smoldering from the damage he sustained, as he would very slowly neander his hand towards it and kind of waves it around this time. He doesn't really see much of a reaction, and after a moment, chooses to make contact, and upon the second that he does,
And I shunted away.
Oh, shit on a shingle.
as he is sent sailing, this time much farther into the time anomaly.
Behind him.
He sailed
Bracing
over you, Destined.
Ooh,
Over
he
you.
got flown.
A good 40 feet.
Okay.
Landing into there and taking the full fucking damage. Oh, that's right. He takes fall damage too, doesn't he? That sucks.
Oh, fuck. How many hit points this guy got?
Ugh, Jesus Christ.
Well,
Yeah, running over towards him.
Well, you know what? He's
Into the
inside.
time dilation?
He's inside of a time anomaly. You see him hit the ground hard. Oh shit, he is not doing good. Let me see. I need some math. Ugh. Imagine going down in one of these. And you see he is in a state of significant disrepair. The worst condition you have ever seen him. As he clutching his ribs, you imagine many bones are broken. He comes hobbling out. It's a good 15, 20 seconds that he is in the influence of this time acceleration before he finally makes it out through the threshold and collapses to the ground.
alrighty. How old does he look?
Yeah.
He is on the ground, and he is gripping his rib cage, and you can't really see right now. He's a bit bloodied as well.
I'll crouch over him. as
Just gonna
Erithal's
use that
healing him.
cure wounds.
All right.
I don't suppose you want to try again.
He is a bit too crippled to respond. He would accept the cure wounds as that would mend some of the damage. There's a lot of internal scrambling that took place, and you guys would look upon his skin to see that there are lesions of cosmic energy that are burning on him at the moment. It seems as though there is a admittance of white light that is sizzling from under his flesh. You don't know how he's able to even stand that right now before he quickly would slowly get to his knees and would
Quickly,
spit up
but
some
slowly.
blood.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up.
Okay.
At this point, Dagny is going to have the head of her arcane rod pointed at him and is going to say, "You have some explaining to do."
No.
Perhaps one of us is being dishonest.
So it would seem.
I wasn't talking about me.
Are we fighting again?
You don't believe you're worthy of touching this since it's blown you up a couple times, huh?
I'm not sure about that. Ugh. I said, we don't know everything there is to know about an object like this.
Well, with some sort of outside influence being able to affect something such as a death tyrant, and multiple of them, could there be a chance that some outside influence is affecting the core?
It's quite possible.
I won't call it impossible, especially considering this place's connection to Genesis. It is affecting the core or is targeting me, I'm not sure. Or
It could be one or the other.
Or perhaps someone just wanted to see me suffer. Who's to say?
I've seen enough suffering.
Well, at any rate, we're not getting anywhere with this particular line of thinking.
No,
I think
we're
I
not.
think it's a little.
Yeah, she says no, we're not, as she just goes ahead and points the arcane rod down.
You do so. And Dagny, are you keeping your expression on Idravok, or are you looking towards everyone else?
I'm keeping it on Idravok.
Okay. Never mind then. Yeah, he is a bit beat up. You can tell that he was ready to go, and you know that he's pretty strong, pretty capable. Those 2 blasts have really put him in the hurt, and he's slow on his movements as he rises again.
Can I insight check him to see if he's full of shit?
Go ahead.
So, now that we can see him, how much older does he look?
Womp womp.
That's like... Okay.
I mean, it's plain to see he is definitely injured. You would take a look at him, and it's hard to actually roll insight to Destined.
Alrighty.
Can I give him advantage? Because I am proficient in it, and I am also looking him over.
Sure, roll with advantage, Destined.
I am hoping for a very long white beard.
I won't bother.
Hold on.
23.
That's a crit, too.
Damn. He
Good
is
at looking.
beat to hell, as the cosmic energy that ripped through him has definitely done a number. His injuries are authentic. He's definitely hurt, not infallible in any way. As you imagine that what you guys are about to head out and do, he may just stay behind, and who could blame him? Let me see. I forgot to apply the healing that Erithal gave him. Still fucked up nonetheless. But you take a look and look for signs of age, and reckon that, given the circumstances, that's probably a couple 100 years worth of aging, which, for an elf, that definitely is a chunk of their life. He doesn't appear all that much older.
Okay.
Idravok, how old are you, by the way?
Young, relatively speaking. As an elf, high elf particularly, we have very long lives.
Fucking high elves.
I like how Erithal gets along with the only high elf, but then fucking calls Nadir fucking...
You fucking racist bastard!
Yeah.
Elf on elf hate crime.
Yep.
And you wonder why I blasted you.
Elves, despite being 13% of the population of High Shire.
Shut the fuck up! Yeah, he stands to his feet, and there is still cosmic energy that is permeating through him, and you can tell that it does not feel good. Your cure wounds, Erithal, definitely was a well-needed reprieve on his end.
I'd give you more, but I have a feeling you're gonna want to stay behind, and seeing the dangers that are in the city, we need all the energy we can get.
don't waste any more of your magic on my account. I think that, given the circumstances, perhaps I should stay behind and perhaps keep an eye out.
It gives us a safe house to return to.
Precisely. I can keep a keen eye on the area so we can guarantee that once you do your job, then we at least have a clean, safe roof.
I did also want to bring that up. I saw like an echo of us from the past going through the window to enter that house.
When was this?
It was shortly before the whole book thing happened.
I would suspect that it may be another temporal anomaly, much like we saw those skull creatures killing people. Seems as time has an imprint on this place.
It would seem.
Maybe this place will have a story to tell us in replay.
As far as
give
I'm
us
aware,
one part.
as far as I'm aware, the tyrants cannot affect time. They can only... Closest thing to affecting time would be instant disintegration.
Sounds painful.
Oh no, it's not. You don't feel anything. You're just...
It's just
cease to exist.
Oh, alright. Well, fuck.
Dust in the wind.
Nadir, not in... Dagny,
Yes.
you still have that diamond, correct?
The diamond from the war room, yes.
Good. I have a spell prepared just in case one of us were to, quote-unquote, bite it.
Yeah.
What are we biting?
Death.
At any rate, we can shelve this for another time. I think we should see to the good doctor, see if he is ready.
Oh god, yeah, we just left him alone.
We did.
Well, last we checked, he was peacefully sleeping on that couch. I think that he is in good hands. But let's go rendezvous with our lore master of this isle, shall we?
Why is she rolling dice?
I would assume that the doctor probably is awake now, considering 2 explosions went off. One of them was probably about 5 feet from his head.
Yeah.
You would go ahead and make your way back up.
On our way back, I'm just gonna keep an eye on Nadira, seeing as the first time we didn't get a good answer, and then he got blown out, and then he got blown up a second time, even though she said yes, so I'm weary of her.
I see.
There is a traitor among us.
Now, what exactly are you looking for when you want to like keep an eye on her? Like, I'll let you roll insight, but like, what is it directed at?
I'm looking for just behavior that doesn't match what I've seen. Erratic movement, twitches. Because even though the book is destroyed, I'm still weary of her.
Roll insight.
10.
You can see that she has something of a 1,000-yard stare, and she has her mind in other places. Considering what happened to her, you really can't blame her. But as for what that may means, I mean, you can't inherently assume that that's anything nefarious. It's unreadable at best. Her eyes are darting away back towards the home. You imagine that she's setting her sights on moving forward, if anything. She is definitely has a lead on everybody heading back up towards the house.
You can't blame me in my fucking PTSD, Jesus.
Maybe.
I almost just killed all my friends.
Sus among us.
Just kind of thinking to himself, maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me.
Who could it be now?
So, if we make it back to the house, I'd like to mark, like, the wall, like, scratch it up in a distinct way that we know that this is the house we need to return to. Especially if we're going to potentially leave, at the very least, Idravok behind.
Right. As Idravok would innately agree that he is in no position to fight or go off into no man's land. So he is opting to stay behind and keep an eye on the place that you've been securing. As for our good doctor, Dr. Perseus is awake, and you can tell just by the way he's looking at everybody as you approach. I mean, he was observing the interactions that was going on by that down the hill by the time anomaly. He was observing that whole thing. You imagine that first blast from Idravok woke him up, and you can see there is silent observation on his face. And with Nadira leading the charge back up towards the safe house, he gives a inquisitive stare towards everyone and opens a dialogue. Well, I can see that there's more to everyone that meets the eye. I can see that there's a lot to be discussed, but perhaps we should focus on just moving forwards.
Yes.
Genesis, right?
Yes.
Well, my old life is still in ruins. I still can't recall if I have anyone in my life close to me. So, I think we should go towards the place that I last remember being at and seeing if there's a breadcrumb trail that we can follow. The Temporal Refinery. You could definitely find some answers there. And I suspect that I may be able to find some of mine.
It's a solid idea.
It's a lead, too.
Yes.
Well, I can lead the way if everyone's ready.
Yes.
Although, your elf friend looks worse for wear.
He'll be
should I
staying
ask?
behind.
He blew
No.
out.
I see. I do hope that no explosions come my way. After all, there is a mutually beneficial agreement, so I guess I can rely on that to not be strangled again.
Well, I will say you won't have it coming from our side, at least.
Well, in that case, I'll consider that a token of friendship. And on that note, please, you may call me Dr. Percy, as many of my colleagues lovingly did.
Well, please lead the way, Dr. Percy.
Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Percy.
Likewise. Let's see what we can uncover about the past of this world, shall we?
Yes.
All right, off we go. And with that, Percy would lead the way, as everyone would follow, save for Idravok, who, in his current state, opts to stay behind and keep an eye on the condition of the safe house as it has become.
And before we leave, I want to just say to him, just hold tight, old man.
To Idravok?
Yeah, even though I'm probably like 4 or 5 times his age.
Yeah, probably. He gives you a inquisitive stare and says, "Yeah, same to you, bucket of bolts. See if they have any oil out there for you. Might help with the grinding of your movements. A bit rough on the glutes there."
You know you want it.
He looks away.
That's what I thought.
Can't believe there is sexual tension between an elf and a robot.
Hey, that's something I can get behind.
I gotta find the image. Hold on.
While we're walking, I'll just talk to Nadira. Hey, Nadira. How you doing? You look very well traumatized.
Wow, gee, I wonder. After, well, shooting you twice, being restrained, terrified, almost killing who I would consider my best friend in this group, you'd be a little fucked up too.
Ouch.
That is understandable.
Is it? 'Cause it was super easy for you guys to just ambush me right away.
I mean,
Nadira, you've got to understand.
No one's talking to you, Jolly Green.
Oh,
get shot
Haha.
down.
Haha.
Go fuck.
Right you are, as he goes back to the back of the fucking marching order.
Ouchies!
Bruh.
Take 1d6.
Mentally fucked up. Like, I'm sorry.
Roll a d6 for emotional damage.
Fuck it, go ahead.
Vicious mockery, basically.
Mild to medium oof as Cobweb's hubris has been knocked down a little bit.
His ears are drooping.
Oh.
Oh.
Marseille's giving Dobby a sock.
Fuck you.
I mean, do you really expect many people to blame you when kind of easy to tell that you weren't in the right state of mind because of that thing? You immediately stopped all hostilities the moment the thing was destroyed.
Doesn't matter if you blame me. I blame me. I should have known when we were in that stupid house with the stupid book that something was gonna happen. But I don't know. I was just. I don't know.
How could you have known that the book was cursed? All you knew at the moment that it was a book.
I don't know.
Hindsight,
I guess it'll just take a little while for me to forgive myself, I guess.
it's not something I can really tell you to do, is to forgive yourself. That's something we all have to do in our own time. But don't be so hard on yourself. Everyone makes mistakes. No one's perfect. If everyone was perfect, I doubt we'd all be damned.
No, we would just be high elves.
Yeah. I see Etrovic is rubbing off on you.
Yeah, he's something, all right.
Interesting fellow.
Ew.
Yeah, I think we're a little quick to trust him.
Okay.
Can I fly over and perch on fucking Erithal and join this conversation?
Sure, assuming Arethal's willing to have you perch yet again.
He has no choice
Sure.
in the matter. His consent is not a factor. But going off what people were talking about previously, I'm perched on him and talking. Nadira.
Oh, I
Nadira.
forgot. You know words now.
Yes, I have a question.
And I possibly have an answer?
Can I look into your mind while you're sleeping?
No, fuck
Hey,
off.
hey.
Why not?
Because no. That's invasive and rude.
I'm not rude. Dog is rude.
Hey, well, bark, bitch.
Are you sure you didn't learn vicious mockery?
No, that's just my real personality coming through.
Yeah, that's true.
You're laughing because you know.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a dick in real life.
Hey, this guy
I almost got kicked out of her house once.
That's true.
You hear
Sorry.
Dr. Percy speak up. I hate to interrupt all of the friendly banter, but this is a service tunnel that leads back towards the last site that I've been servicing. Had noticed from afar that the primary entrance down at the main mouth of the descent into the earth is under the influence of some temporal disturbances. I pray that going through this tunnel is going to be a bit more easy on one's physical self.
Yeah, I can agree. I don't think any of us want to really rapidly age or stop moving at all.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm
I've probably got a good 40 years left in me.
That's concerning.
Well,
Yeah, goblins don't live that long, do they?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna live forever.
You sure are.
You and me
theoretically, I
both.
can live
You and me
forever.
both.
I'll just stop moving because I'll probably rust.
Now, if what my memory serves is correct, I do think that this place has a few access terminals that should give me some readings on things that have occurred within the last 100 or so years. I don't know if that's going to give any insight onto getting to the figure you want to reach, but it's certainly a start. Given it's stuff I'm familiar with and have personally worked with in the past. I may have been inside of whatever temporal shift had a hold on me, but my wits have not dulled a day. That I can promise. But I still have a few things in my head which are missing, which I am concerned with. I'll do what I can, but I can't promise that the damage that has been sustained to my mind may not be a hindrance.
All you can do is find answers right now.
Right. Let's climb down.
I have an idea.
Oh?
When do you not have an idea?
Dr. Man wants to remember family, right?
Of course I do.
I can try and look in your head to
Why don't-
see what you love.
Why don't we stay focused on the task at hand before we start getting involved in personal affairs? Remember the talk that I had about whether personal emotions can hamper an objective goal in mind? There's a time and place for everything, and we need to focus on what's in front of us.
Okay.
Talk about touchy.
Anyways, follow me.
Following.
And for those follow down to this little access tunnel, it's a ladder that descends down a good 60 feet into the earth and winds further downward. And for those close, you would see Dr. Percy has something of a little parchment sketch pad for which he has produced from his coat. And he, to himself, is frantically sketching out something. Is feverishly writing notes or trying to illustrate something is not clear, but he's more focused on that than he is on moving forward, although there's only one direction to go. But you would all keep moving forward.
I want to try and listen in to whatever calculations he's trying to do, though, even though if I wouldn't make any sense of it.
You would snake your way to the front of the line just before Dr. Percy and would look over your shoulder, and you see that he is illustrating something. And what you can see is it's if he's depicting a scene of sorts. You can see there's some sort of animated robe, so it seems that he is depicting, and it has some form of face that has a large symbol that's serving as the face. You can see it has chains that are bound to it that are draping upwards to these floating lanterns. And peeking over this weird creature's shoulder is a smaller creature, one that has a singular eyeball and is very small by comparison. And the eyeball has a couple of small tentacles that are reaching over and grabbing the shoulder of the larger figure as though to get its attention.
Okay. Just keeping that in the back of my mind.
He makes no mention of this and would complete the sketch before shoving it back into his pocket. And before long, you would arrive at something of a large set of double doors that lead into this form of vestibule. You can see that these doors just have the presence of something that is high technology. They have a weird glow to them, and you would see that he would press his hand to it, and they would shudder for a moment before sliding open. Walking forward as everyone follows, the room before you has this cold metal complexion to it. There's an assortment of these bolted crates that are stacked off into the corner. And you can see that embedded into the wall, there's this arcane stone, as if a perfect square. And it is projecting magic, illusionary in nature, that almost gives off some form of listed reading. It's not something any of you have seen before, and this technology is certainly unique to this location. Whatever they are doing here, their technological prowess has certainly exceeded anything you've ever seen in Highshire. May I imagine everyone is moving forward?
Yes.
That you would.
Forward we go.
I turn
As-
the other direction and abandon the party forever.
Onwards.
As forward you go, as you go through another walkway and would arrive in yet another room.
Oh no!
Whoa.
Ooh, hella zoomed in.
You can hear the sounds of metallic clanging and steam hissing from an indeterminate direction. The room that you have entered from this little entryway as you've entered southbound, this place is certainly uncharacteristic of anything you've seen prior. There's a set of strange apparatus that are mounted into the wall that are glowing. Technology here has definitely exceeded anything that you can even recognize. There's strange little things that are mounted to the wall that really don't align with anything you know. Is this arcane? Is this artifice? It blurs the lines. But all you can really tell is that you're in a realm of Percy's now. Before he would stop where everyone is in this smaller connecting room, and he just looks to everyone else. Can you see that? Can you feel that? That wafting through the room?
Is it a distortion of some kind?
It is. Something temporal, maybe spatial, I can't tell just by looking at it. But whatever this is definitely out of the control of what this place is supposed to see. Suffice to say, when we keep moving forward, there is definitely some challenges ahead of us. I would suggest an air of caution. And he would look towards this wall here. There appears to be a window that has these alternating shutters. And he recognizes and will understand how to work these, as he would pull them and the window would open, allowing view into the area you are about to enter.
That looks fun.
Oh, by Severus's grace.
Could something have happened to the refinery to cause something like this?
Perhaps a century of neglect is a good start?
Is there a way to find out how to get it back under control?
Yes. There's some access points where I can do my magic, and well, I say magic, but really it's just a matter of logistical science. You'll have to escort me. I'm feeling a lot better than I was, but I'm not exactly as capable of a warrior as many of you seem to be. I can direct you, but you'll need to keep me safe.
Of course.
Can I rely on you for that?
Yes.
Very well.
Then open those doors before you and let's move.
Does this, from what we could see, this miasma looking stuff, it looks similar to the, I don't know, like the swirling vortex or whatever that was in the center of the crater?
It's a similar hue, yes.
Okay.
And I imagine you're opening the door in front of you?
In front of me? Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
That you would.
Boink.
Oops. There you go. As the way is open for you to tread.
Tread with
Yeah, we
caution,
ball.
everyone.
We're not traveling with anybody named Caution, as far as I'm aware.
Mort.
To everyone moving, oh boy,
Oh.
roll perception.
To everybody moving, or just the harpy?
Everybody.
Okie dokie.
Nat
Oh, no.
20, baby, let's go! Hey!
Nice.
Oh, let's
Holy
go.
Damn, Devin.
Me and Dagny just like high five.
Well, there's some crits right there.
Yeah, buddy.
You would hear the churning of machinery beyond your wildest dreams as you look over towards this violet abyss before you. The air is churning and is distorting light as it passes through. The magic in play here is unknowable. Only time will tell as for what it means. As for the machinery, you can see that there is an arrangement of unsupported catwalks and what appears to be machinery in the process of making some vaguely human-shaped constructs. Perhaps these are much like the ones you've seen in Inner Highshire. It remains to be seen for sure. This place is emanating an energy which is certainly warrant of concern. It's high tech, but you imagine that whatever's coming from the abyss below is not necessarily meant to happen. We have 2 crits in the party. So you would look upwards, and you would see that there are clamps that are to your direct east, are holding 2 things up in some form of suspended animation that garners an air of concern.
Oh,
Oh.
that's a fuck no.
These creatures appear to be organic and have some more artifice-related components. As for Dagny, and Cobweb too, who knew Rin in life, the resemblance is certainly present. Looking
For
over
sure,
towards
technology.
Looking farther up towards the northeast, for I'll say everybody save for Destined and our harpy friends. You see an additional curiosity.
Bitch!
Hello again.
Like, immediately seeing it, she is holding gaze with him.
I have a feeling that B-Man's about to say, and that's where we at.
Does
Hey.
this...
I know that mug.
Doctor, where is it that we need to go?
There should be an access terminal just over to our right. If memory serves correct, I may be able to glean some useful information. Although, given the state of this, keep yourselves on high alerts. I don't imagine any of the service cloaks would have been able to keep this place in a serviceable condition, seeing as the miasma leaking out from the depths. Anything can happen here. Anything.
Does this place, like, ring any familiar bells to me?
To you, none.
Yeah, okay.
But you are still free to move, as he instructed to move south and eventually towards the western direction.
They said to the right.
Yes. And you can see that there is, in fact, a little service tunnel here. Oh my god, you're just going for it, huh?
Fly.
Alright.
Did that have a little light just go off, or am I, like, seeing
I didn't do
things?
anything.
I'm kind of trailing behind, but keeping up with the group as...
Alright. I'll stop you
like,
there,
look-
Destined.
Yeah, that's fair.
As you stop for right here, this weird machine that has this thick plated outer lining and gives off this grinding, winding noise even for you, this is not something you are familiar with. But you can see that almost leaking over it is this weird white field that you can just tell by being near it has a very powerful magical influence over it. And as your metallic clanging comes to a stop here, you can feel a shift in this weird field as something rounds the corner.
Oh shit!
Is
And-
this similar to that drawing he was just making?
No, not
Okay.
not very. There's a vague shape, but it's not quite there. But there appears to be a strange field that is being emitted from this thing as it washes over you, and you are instantly frozen in time.
That's what you get.
Could I possibly be frozen pointing to it if I've like turned and noticed it? Like not like full arm extended, maybe just like a little like what is that?
You got like a half point going on, and you're definitely your head is focused on it. Before Nadira, you would see that this weird white energy courses over him, and he freezes in place. And you see that there is something that moves closer to inspect him.
I hold out a hand to stop everybody from moving forward. Oh, that's fun and creepy.
So I have a quick question.
Yes.
How am I perceiving this thing? Is it like is it moving slow to me, or am I still seeing it like move in real time?
Under the effects of this particular variation of time stop, when you are frozen in time, time around you speeds up almost to an infinite degree.
Okay.
So, as in the current present flow of time, you're essentially paused.
Yeah, I just wanted to see how I just saw stuff.
Right. But yeah, this
Yeah.
thing is essentially inspecting you. Nadira, you would see that this weird floating cloak almost gives him a thorough rundown, as though it's looking for something in particular. But Destin just stopped moving. And you'd see Dr. Percy speaks up. Ah, those damned cloaks. What the hell's happened to this one? Oh. Looks like it itself has absorbed something of an anomaly. I don't know what to make of it other than let's not get too close, unlike our metal friend. Ah.
Just
gods.
leave him behind.
Well, so long as the cloak is fixated on him, they are pre-programmed to maintain certain protocols within the machinery. I was never directly in charge of what they were in charge of, but I feel like if we can make some form of disturbance, it may move on to investigate. Either
You're
way,
speaking
we're
my
gonna
language.
we're gonna have to get this thing out of our way because Destined is marching the way towards what I need to get access to.
Cobweb.
Yeah.
Don't you have something that does that?
Duh. What do you mean?
That special rock you found?
Oh. Well, yeah, what were you thinking I'd do with it?
Create a distraction. Make a noise somewhere. And she'll point, like, over here.
He sort of makes a picture frame with his fingertips.
Sure, why not?
As he picks up the rock, or takes
Alright.
out the rock rather.
Ping where you're chucking it.
Let's see here.
Uh,
Probably down. Probably down like here, maybe.
Alright. You cast the stone and it makes a loud, unsavory clang as it bangs against some pipes and kind of rattles between them. And you see a shift over here as this cloak would turn and goes to investigate.
hey man, I did want to mention, while they were all off doing that, I was just flying off over here.
So you did. You
Let's
would
go.
take a look.
Yeah,
What is
I'm
it?
like, let's move while he's being ADHD.
Oh no, I'm cheering on his flying over there.
Wow.
Pure chaos.
You look around and you can see that there is a well of this weird miasma, particularly right here, as though it is being pumped out by force. You look to the north and see that there is still a way forward going up here. You would not see that figure that everyone else did, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
However, there is a very interesting thing over here towards the southeast. It's glowing and it's pulsing, and it's extremely interesting, if not mesmerizing. It definitely has your full attention. And looking over to your west, you can see that a cloak, it's like a person almost, but less person, has moved there after a large clang. There's a weird field there, you don't know about that.
I shall continue flying towards the shiny.
Okay. That you would. And you can see that there is yet another cloak that is here. It is facing this weird double door that is partially open. This door is damaged, and you can see it's very partially open, but you can't make out what's inside. The dent marks are coming from as if there was a force on the far side of it. Perhaps there was some sort of scuffle of some kind. Either way, Cloakman is here, and he's doing something. You can't make out what. But still, there's a dome. It's shiny and pulsy.
Shiny! Ooh, it gets noisy when I get close.
Oh boy.
All right. Is there anything in particular you're doing with it? Are you touching it and all that?
Yeah. Is there any buttons or switches?
There's some weird clear slates that have these symbols that would slowly blink that suggest that, yeah, maybe there is a way to make it do stuff.
One second.
Bob.
Yeah, no. I'm pushing buttons.
Fuck.
I want to know what it
Oh,
does.
hell yeah.
You do so. And it begins to make a series of unsavory, whirring, grinding noises. And you look over here and see that the weird cloak that was previously inanimate staring towards the doors would reposition its stare towards you as it comes flying over. You feel a wave wash over you, and then nothing. And for everyone else, you would hear coming from the direction that your Disa had ran over to, as that door is no longer abated, and two things come charging through.
Oh, fucking
Great, of
kid
course.
balls.
Fantastic.
Oh, more goddamn mind flayers.
Where we will end this session.
It's time to
hell
get weird.
This is what
Oh
you
my
get
God.
when you split
Dude.
up involuntary into stuff.
To be
The consequences of your actions.
To be fair, Diza is completely safe as far as we know.